Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. Today, with the help of Next.js, React, Supabase, we are going to build this beautiful real estate application completely from the scratch. And this application is a full stack application and perfectly fit for the beginner. Now let's walk through the application first. So on the top side you will see the header, and currently if you see the for sale menu is activated because by default we are showing all the property who is for sale. Now on the right hand side you have option to post the ad, and also you have option to log into the account. Then on the left hand side of this particular complete screen we have this beautiful all the list of the property, where you have option to search by the address, or you can filter it out, depends on your selection. On the right hand side, with the help of Google Map, we integrated the Google Map inside our application. Now let's search some address, and if you see automatically you are getting all the suggestion as soon as you type it. So with the help of Google Place API, we integrated the Place Autocomplete feature as well. Now select the one area which you want and click search, and boom, if you see, as soon as I search it, the listing get filtered automatically, and on the map you will see the custom marker which we added. That marker is also set on that particular coordinates or particular address. You're gonna learn how can we add that kind of marker on the Google. Also you will see how can we add this kind of hover overlay effect, where you can show the details of the property as well. You can even remove it and open the another one as well. From here you can jump to this detail of that particular property screen. Also, if you want to open any of this property to view the details, you can just click on this one and boom, you will navigate to that particular property. And with the help of modern TailwindCss library, we implemented this beautiful UI as well. Here you will see all this information along with the map and the location with the custom marker. Everything we gonna build it from the scratch. Now here we have option for sale and for rent as well. If I click on the rent, now obviously in order to access the rent you need to access, or you need to log into the account. Let's log into the account, and here I will log in with one of my account, and boom, if you see, now you are on the rent page and the for rent menu is activated. Also if you see, with the help of the use the same component inside our application, we're gonna learn how can we do that, so that we don't need to write a code multiple time, right? We use the same component, just we pass selling or rent, and depends on that we filter out our listing. Here you have option to add a post or post your ad, and also you have option to go to this profile, my listing, and log out. Okay, let's post a new ad. Here you can have option to search any location. For example, if I want to search some location, this particular location, and if you see, now you can click next. Here you have option to add all the details. Not only that, but you can even upload multiple image, and all this image we gonna store inside our Supabase storage. Okay, once you have save and publish it, it will live and it will ready to view on the application. Also you can manage your listing from this my listing section. Just click on that one and boom, you will see your listing over here. Currently you have one listing is in the draft mode and other listing which is published. You can have option to manage from here, or if you want to delete, you can delete that particular listing. Okay, if I go to this edit, here you will see the listing which is already published, and here if you want to modify it, you can just modify it and then publish it. So cool, right? Also with the help of clerk you can have access and add the profile section, and obviously if you see, we have all the profile details, the security details, and also we can learn how can we add our own custom option. In this case is my listing. See, okay, so all of these things we're gonna learn in this particular video. Guys, if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because we are gonna not only gonna build this application, but we are also gonna deploy this application on the cloud, and this application is completely responsive friendly. So if you see, Depends on the screen size, this application will change their layout, and boom, so cool. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application. And one more last important thing I want to tell you, that we are gonna use Supabase to store all of our data, and I'm gonna tell you how can we set up the Supabase, how can we efficiently use the tables, the storage, and some of the features from the Supabase, so that we can build this beautiful real estate application. So let's start. So to create the React application, we are going to use Next.js. The Next.js is one of the best React framework. And if you go to this nextjs.org, and you will find this landing page where you have the command to create a React application, or just simply go to the get started documentation, and inside the installation section, you will find this command to create the project. So go to the folder where you want to create the project, open the terminal, add that folder, and then paste the command which you copied. So command is npx create next app at latest. At latest means it will install the latest version of the Next.js. Click enter, and it will ask you the project name, so give the project name. So here I'm gonna add real estate app. Okay, click enter. So it will ask you, would you like to use TypeScript? So right now we are not going to use TypeScript, so we'll say no. For the ESLint, say no. The TailwindCss, say yes. So it automatically install the TailwindCss for you, so you don't need to install manually again. Then it will ask you to, do you like to use source directory? Say no. The app router, we are going to use app router because app router is the latest way to build the Next.js application. There is a two way, there is a page routing and there is a app routing. So app router is the latest one. Then would you like to customize import allies? Say no. And then if you see it installing some dependency like React DOM, Next, which is default dependency is getting installed, and some dev dependency as well. And if you see right now our project is get created. Now open the VS Code, and if you don't have VS Code, make sure to install that one, and open a folder, locate the folder where you just created that particular project, and then inside that one open that particular project inside the VS Code. So here in this pop-up you can say yes, I trust the author. And if you see on the left hand side, these are the some of the folders get created once we create the application. So let's see one by one. The first thing is app folder. It contains the layout file, the page.js file, and the global CSS. The global CSS file contains all the CSS styling, okay, which is obviously applied to the throughout the application. So whenever you apply something over here, and you can define it to the all the application. Then layout.js file, which is the we can say kind of starting point of our application. And if you see here the children is provided, so all the pages, all the route, all the components will get rendered from this children tag. Okay, and this is the inside the body tag that we define the children tag. This is the metadata which is used for the SEO purpose, and this is the inter font which is applied by default to this application. You can change it anytime, right? We will see it once we start developing this particular project. How can we change the font to some other different font? Then we have the page.js file, which is the default page for our application. Now once we run the application, you will get to know how this page is getting rendered on the screen and how you can update it immediately. Then we have this node module folder. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. So whenever we install a new library or new package, this the package is getting added inside this node module folder. Then we have the public folder where we can store all our images, assets, font, any files, right? And you can directly access through this public folder. Next we have this next.config.mjs file, which help us to add a Next.js related configuration. Okay, so obviously we're gonna need this, or we are going to update this file according to our need once we start developing our project. Then we have packet.json file, which contain the name of the application, the version, along with the script to run the application or to build the application, right? dependency and their version you will see over here, and some dev dependency, right? And to maintain this dependency version, that's the reason we have this package log.json file. Then we have this post css.config.js file and tailwind.config.js file, which is used for the Tailwind CSS. Now, if you see inside the content, there are some lines used over there, right? So whatever the component folder is defined over here, only to that folder the Tailwind CSS get applied. If you are creating some other folder outside or inside the root directory and you want to apply Tailwind CSS classes to that particular folder, you have to make sure that particular path is added inside this content. Okay, now let's go to this terminal and then click new terminal and let's run this application. So just type npm run dev, and once you type npm run dev, if you see it opened the port 3000. Okay, so on the localhost, because we are running on the local machine, open this link inside the browser and boom. So this is the default page you will see on this application. Okay, now let me bring this side by side, and now let's open the default page, which is this page.js inside the app folder. And if you see, if you want to edit something, right, for example, let's edit here. So here let me remove this code, and here I will just say subscribe to Tube Guruji and save it, and boom. If you see, as soon as I save this file, the changes are reflected on the browser and to this particular page, right? Obviously we are going to remove all of this code, so I will remove this one, and then I will keep simply a div tag, and inside that we'll add a h2 tag and just say subscribe to Tube Guruji, and then save it. And if you see, now it's changed the complete page. We obviously deleted all the code, only the text which we added, which is subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, because in this particular course and in upcoming video you will learn a lot of different things. Now you see on the screen there are some gradient lines coming on, because inside the global CSS file for this root, right, there are some default CSS get added. So I will remove this one and save it, and boom, you will see the white background. That's what we expected. So this is how the default project will look like once you create the Next.js application. Now one more thing we need to add is a shared CN library. So let's go to this open shared CN, just search on the Google. You will see this ui.sharedcn.com. This is the a very popular Tailwind CSS library. Okay, so it's contain a lot of predefined components, and it's a totally customizable. You can control to all the component which you are going to add inside your project. So in order to install the shared CN inside your application, go to this installation and click the framework. Obviously we are going to use we are using Next.js, so click on that one, and you have to follow a couple of steps. Okay, so obviously we already created the project and we already added the Tailwind CSS, so I will skip this part. Second thing, we have to install this shared CN, so I will copy this command, go to your project, inside your terminal, click add a new terminal, so here, and then paste this line. Okay, so it will install the shared CN. Now it will ask some question, would you like to use, which style do you like to use, so default or New York. So I will select the default. The base color I will select the neutral, and would you like to use CSS variable for color, say yes, and then it will install the shared CN. Now as soon as the installation is completed, you will see that new folder get added here, okay, called components. So inside the component, if you see right now, nothing is there, okay, because we did not install any component yet. Inside the lib folder, we have this utils.js file, which we are not gonna touch anyway. So this is again related to shared CN. Then one more file is created called component.json, which is again connected to the shared CN and to our Tailwind CSS, that is related to configuration kind of thing. And more important thing, inside the tailwind.config.js file, you will see the variable get added. If you see over here, right, a lot of different things get added once you install the cn. Okay, next let's add a button component. Okay, so on the left hand side you will see a different component called button, author, alert, and lot of things. Go to the button component, which is easy to add. In order to add any component, you have to install that component inside your application. So in this case, copy this npm command, go to your project, make sure to install this one, and once you install, it's easy to add in your application, right? So as soon as you install this button component, you will see inside the component folder there is a UI folder, and inside that the button.jsx file get added. Now here it's a predefined code already there once you install the button component from the cn, and here you have option to control how you want to look like and everything. Now let's go to this app folder inside the page.js file. Here simply I'm gonna add a button, and if you see, this button is getting added from the @component/UI/button, and here I will say subscribe and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful button. Now in this case, if you see, we don't need to give height or weight, some padding, everything is taken care by cn predefined component, right? And it's very easy to use and easy to access, and as I say, complete control on the component which you are going to add. Okay, so guys, that's all about the setup for our application. And if you have any question, if you stuck anywhere, let me know in the comment section, guys. Now we are going to build a header for our application, and this header will be a fix. Okay, so even though you scroll the content, the header will be fixed on the screen. If you see on the screen, we have this beautiful section. Okay, on the left hand side we are going to show this logo. This is a logo placeholder. Then we have the option for sale, rent, and agent finder. Depends on the selection of this one, right? We're gonna filter our data and display it on the screen. Then we want to add two buttons, one for to post your ad and another is for login. Now this obviously once user login, then we want to show the profile image over here, but if user did not log in, then we will show the login or sign up button. Let's go back to our application, and here inside the app folder I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm gonna call it as a components. If you observe, I gave the name starting with the underscore. It means this folder inside the app folder will not consider as a route inside the Next.js. Okay, if you give the folder name, then it will consider as a route, but in this case if I start with the underscore, then it will not consider. Create a new file called header.jsx and add the default template. So here, if you don't know, right, you have to install this ES7 plus React Redux extension and the TailwindCss extension, which is added. You need to get it from the VS Code only. Okay, so from the extension, so that you can just type RFCE, which stand for React Function Component Export Component, enter it, and boom, you'll get a default template immediately. Then you have to add this header inside the layout.js file. So here you can add that. Okay, but obviously if you are in login screen, right, we don't want to show that header on the login screen, right? And one more thing, obviously we cannot use any hooks inside this layout.js file because this is on the server side. If you want to make it client, you need to mark it as a client, you need to remove metadata, and that's a bad idea. So rather I will create a new folder inside this app directory, and we can call it as a provider.jsx and add here a default template. Okay, now this provider we can use it here. So here I will write provider like this, and inside this provider I will add these children. Okay, and now inside the provider accept it here as a children, and then just render the children over here and then save it. Okay, now obviously I just clean, but nothing get changed. If you see, we don't have any error at the moment. Now let's add your header inside the provider. So I added the header and then save it. You will see the text header is showing on the screen. Okay, let me bring this side by side so it's easy to you to check out. So once we have this header, let's go to the header section and let's start implementing. First thing we need is the logo. Okay, so you can get the logo placeholder from the logo epsum, and here just search for the logo which you want. You can copy any logo. This logo is in the form of svg file, so I will use this logo. I will copy it. If you click on this one, it will get copy, and then let's go back to your public folder where you can add your assets. So in this case, I will create a new file called logo.svg, paste your logo. You can directly use your own logo in the png format as well. You just need to paste it inside the public folder. Then let me close this one, and then here inside the image tag, which is importing from the next/image, next is providing their own image tag. Inside that, let's provide a source. Here I'm just giving logo.svg. so here how you can access the logo, okay, means any file from the public folder. Just give slash and the file name. Here let's give width, we'll give 150. The height I'm gonna give 150, and let's give alt tag as a logo. If I save this one, so this is how it looks. Okay, after this one I'm gonna add a ul tag, okay, to show the list of menu. Inside the li tag I will say for sale and one for rent, and we'll give another option called agent finder, and then save it. Now let's bring everything in one line. So here for this ul we add a class name, make it flex, okay, and then we'll give a gap of 10. Let's save this one, and when the screen size is smaller, right, then I will hide it, but when the screen size is medium or larger, then only we can show it, okay, otherwise we'll hide it. Now if you see the screen size is smaller, then we hide it, but as soon as I increase, it show on the screen. Okay, but for now let's display it here. And now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div I will, for this image and ul tag I will wrap inside one div. Okay, after that we need to add two button. Okay, so let's add one div, and here I'm gonna add a button. So this button we are going to add from the chat cn, and here I'm gonna add we'll call it as a post new ad, or you can say post your ad. And here I'm gonna add a plus sign as well. Okay, so you can get this icon. So this icon, if you see, I'm importing from the lucid.react. So if you don't know about the lucid, right, when we install the chat cn, it also install the one icon library called lucid.dev. So this is very powerful, I will say, and very beautiful library where you can find a bunch of different icon. It's very easy to add it in your application. Just need to write name, you will find that particular icon, and boom. If you see right now, I just added. Now even you can give some height and width. For example, let's add a class name. We'll give height of 5, width of 5, and save it. For this button I will add a class name, make it flex, and we'll do gap of 2, something like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna add one more button, okay, to sign up, or we'll say login. This need to be button, and save it. Okay, now right now this login button will only display when user is not authenticated in our application. Now let's bring in one line. So class name, make it flex, gap of 2. Okay, for this login button I'm gonna add a variant, okay, is equal to outline. Okay, just I'm gonna show outline like this, see. Okay, and boom. Now another thing that I want to do, by default, if you see, the color of this particular button is kind of black, and we don't want that. We want our own primary color. Okay, so let's go to this tailwind.config.js file. Okay, you will find at the bottom, and here if you see, we have the bunch of different css variable. Inside here we have the primary, and the default is kind of black. I'm gonna replace it with my own color code. So I'm gonna add this particular color code called hash 7f57 and f1. and save it, and boom, if you see, the color is changed to our theme color. So this is our primary color. Okay, and now whenever you add the button, it automatically add this particular color, all the shad cyan component. Okay, now let's bring everything in one line. So for this particular div, first thing I will bring this in one line. So class name, make it flex, and then I'm gonna give a gap of maybe, let's say 10, gap of 10, and save it. For this UL as well, I don't know why it not came. Okay, so we'll make it flex like this, and then make item to be in the center. And for this div, I will add a class name, and then we'll add a padding of 6. Okay, and padding x to 10. Now as I say, right, we will hide this. So only when medium and when smaller screen, I will hide this menu, something like this. If I increase screen size, so this is how it looks. Here I will use some more gap. Okay, and then we want this button on in one line. So for this one, make it flex. We'll justify the between, so it will be on the right hand side. Okay, and if I increase the screen size, so this is how beautiful it will look. Okay, next thing, whenever I hover on this particular icon, I want to change the color. So simply to this li tag, I'm gonna add a class name. I will add hover effect. On hover, we'll say text to be primary, something like this. Okay, if I hover on this one, you will see the text is changed the color. Along with that one, I'm gonna also let's add a font of medium. Okay, and we'll change the text size to small, and we'll make cursor pointer. Okay, let's copy all of these things. So I will copy this styling, add a class name, paste it here, and same thing for this one as well. Okay, now if I hover on this one, see, change the color. Perfect, right? Next thing, obviously on smaller screen you are not able to see, that's perfectly working fine. Let's add some shadow. So here I'm gonna add a shadow. Okay, we'll add shadow small, and as I say in the beginning, we need to fix this one, okay, to the top, and we'll just make sure to give width of full, and then z index to 100. Also make sure to add a background to be white. Okay, now if I increase screen, obviously it's fixed right now, and once we start implementing this bottom part, and when we scroll it, you will see that header is still there and it will not gonna change. Now once we have this beautiful header section, on the click of this particular menu, right, we need to make sure that it will keep the selection as it is. Okay, so let's do that. So obviously we need to add some folder. Okay, but for now let me give you one example. So for here I'm going to add a link, and here I'm going to add a hrefs. Okay, and obviously when user click on for sale, it will go to the home page, because by default we are showing by default we are going to show the selling items first. Okay, so I added the link tag. If you see this link tag, I'm importing from the next/link. Okay, which is very helpful. We want to navigate from between one page to other page. You just need to give the path name, and that's all. For example, if I give about, it will jump to the about page. For now it's empty, so I will keep as it is. And then let me bring this down, and if you right now, if you see, you don't have anything. Right now depends on the URL. If I select the for rent, okay, for rent, then we need to fetch this particular path, correct? So it's very easy. So inside the header you have to define constant. We'll say path is equal to use path name. Okay, and let me show you inside the use effect the value of that particular path. Okay, so here obviously I want to execute use effect only once, so I provide the empty array, and we use these hooks called use path name or use effect. That's the reason it's saying you can only apply these particular changes on the client side. So you just make sure you change this particular component to the client side. Okay, and here I will console the path. And if I go to the inspect panel inside the console, and if I refresh it, you will see the slash only, that is path, that default path. If I go to this slash about, right, you will see the path name is about. Obviously we don't have that page, but it will return the path, whatever the path is there, right? So that's how you can get it. So obviously we have the path information here. We'll just say we'll add the dynamic styling, means depends on the condition, right? You have to wrap this particular class name for this one inside this curly braces, then this tag, and maybe after this one you can remove this tag, is up to you. I'm gonna add $sign, and inside that I will write the condition. If path is matches is equal to slash, right, then I'm gonna apply condition, will say text to be primary, and save it. And if I see, by default the text is primary because that is what it is selected, correct? And if I, even though if I click it, because this is the default one, that's why it's showing for sale. On same thing you can do for the rent. Obviously once we implement this for rent button, sorry, for rent page, then we will add that condition as well. So that's all for this particular header section. Obviously there are a lot to go, okay, and you will understand how easily we can build this application throughout this particular course. Now we are going to add authentication in our application, and let me walk through the flow where we are going to use authentication and why we need it. So first thing, if you see, we have the user, and user want to add a new listing or manage the listing or view profile, right? You have to make sure that user is authenticated. Without that one, we cannot give access to this all the features, okay? So for that one, we gonna use clerk, okay, which is the sponsor of this particular video, and in a moment I'm gonna help you to set up the clerk account and everything. Now once you have the authenticated, then obviously it will redirect you, and then you can able to access all of these features, okay? So these features need authentication. If you are not authenticated, then you just can view the existing listing and their details and nothing else. So let's go to this clerk.com. If you don't have an account, create a new account, okay? And the most important part about the clerk is very easy to integrate, okay? Within a couple of few lines you can add the clerk inside your application, and you have bunch of provider where you can add it within a one click. Everything about this clerk, okay, the most important part, it's free to use. So if I go to the pricing, you will find up to 10,000 monthly active user. It's free. If you want to upgrade, you can do that. So the link is in the description. Go click on that one, and then you will access the clerk.com. Then if you don't have an account, create a new account and go to the dashboard. So right now I already have some of the project, but I will create a new, not new organization, but let's create a new project. So here if you see, I have a bunch of different application, and for many of my project I use the clerk. Create a new application over here, and give the name for the application. So in this case we're gonna give real estate. So you just write real space estate, that's really good. And then you can select the provider which you want. So by default I will add the email, okay. Also I select the Google, you can select the Facebook. If you see, you have bunch of options: Apple, GitHub, Microsoft, LinkedIn, Facebook. As I say, right, you just need to add in one click, okay. So obviously I will keep only some of them. So I will add the Google and Facebook for now, and then on the right hand side you will see the preview, how beautifully the UI will look like. Also clerk automatically add you the UI as well. If you want your own custom UI, you can do that as well. Create application, and boom, here if you see on the screen the setup for the Next.js application, you will see the different framework where you can add the clerk. So in this case we are using Next.js. So these are some of the steps we need to take in order to add the clerk inside your Next.js application, okay. Let's do that, and then we'll jump on to this some of the features about the clerk. How can you customize the clerk and everything. So first thing, let's install this line of code. So this is the installation command in order to add a clerk inside your Next.js application. So I will open the terminal, click add a new terminal, and then paste this command. Then this is the two variables which you need to add. Okay, you can obviously get it from this API keys as well anytime. So copy this key, and inside your root directory I will add a new file and call .env.local, and inside this I will paste these two keys. Then as we are using the app router, right, we need to wrap our complete application inside the clerk provider. So let's go to this layout.js file, and inside here I will wrap, oops, my bad. So here I will add the clerk provider. Now make sure to import this clerk provider. So if you see, we are importing from this clerk/next.js. Okay, so this is very important. And then you need to add this middleware.ts file. So copy this middleware.ts file. You need to create this file inside the root directory. I will call it as a JS, and then paste this line of code. So let me copy this one and we'll paste it here, and then save it. Now if I go to this our application and let's refresh this application localhost 3000, and boom, if you see, you redirect it to the sign in page. But if you observe here, it has some different and weird domain name which is not belong to our, because our is localhost, right? So the question is, how can we change that one? So in a moment we can change it, and we can add our own custom sign in and sign up page. But before that, let me walk through the clerk feature. So on the left hand side you will see a bunch of different icon. Okay, so inside the user you will find the whoever log into your application, you will get the list of all the user inside this user tab. Even you have they introduce a new feature called organization, and in this feature you can also add this clerk authentication to the organization. If you're really interested to know about the organization, please comment down in the comment section to know about the clerk organization, and we'll create the application for that. Then we have the user authentication configuration. Here you will find the bunch of options. You have the email and phone. As I say, you have full control on what you want to access or what you want to enable inside the clerk. Inside the social connection, you will find whatever the provider you want to enable. So right now we just enable these two. Then we have the Web3 enterprise connection, the multi-factor authentication. Also you can enable. That's cool features. Then you can even restrict to the specific domain. If you want to just allow to the your domain.com, for example, if you want to allow only to the user who has the email including domain.tubegurji.com, then you can add that listing over here. Okay, and only that email address can able to sign in or sign up to your account. Same thing about the different domain. Block list as well, you can even block the different domains. Okay, then we have attack protection as well, and as I say, it's completely free. The attack protection inside, if you see, we have the maximum limit attempt. You can just put, for example, 10. Okay, and then save change. So after 10 it will get blocked automatically. Then as I say, this is organization setting again. The sessions, you can add the session lifetime, you can increase that one, you can minimize that one. Inside that, then we have this account portal which contain the profile pages. Here as well you have a lot of different option and customization. The most and interesting part about the clerk, that this particular option called customization. Here you can add your branding, you can add your logo, icons. Okay, even you can, not only that, but even you can change the color. So I will keep this color because this is matching to our application. Then you can even change this avatar and a lot of things. How you want the email response, that also you can add it here. Okay, you can just update your logo if you want, but you can add your own message as well. Same thing goes with the SMS. The integration part, you can connect with this Firebase and Google Analytics. You can even connect with the JWT with the help of JWT templates. You can connect with the lot of different services like Supabase, the Convex, GraphBase, and lot of things. Then it also provides the webhooks. as I say, you will find the API key over here inside the API key section, and there are a lot of things. You can even connect with your custom domain. Okay, and if you want to upgrade it anytime, you can go to this plan and billing, and then you can upgrade to the paid service as well. If you have more number of user login per monthly, I will definitely recommend to upgrade it. So guys, that's all. Now just search on Google like clerk Next.js. Okay, and here you will find the documentation to how to install the clerk. As we already took these particular steps, okay, I already added some of the steps over here. So, and right now it also asking for the authentication, so we'll skip this step. But if you scroll down, you will see the next step is to create a custom sign up and sign up page. Click on that one, and these are some of the steps now we are need to follow. First thing, we need to create this particular files and folder. So I will copy this complete path and make sure to select app router, go to your project, and now inside the app folder I'm going to create a new folder, but in this case I'm going to start the folder name with the circular bracket and then name of the folder. Okay, so again, this particular path will not consider as a route, okay, inside the Next.js. And inside this folder I'm going to create a new file, and whatever the path you copied, just paste it here. As we are using JavaScript, so we'll change to this JSX, which stand for JavaScript XML. Click enter, and boom, if you see, it automatically create the folder for us and then file as well. Copy this content and paste it here and save it. Same thing we need to do it for the sign in page. So copy this path, go to your folder, make sure you are in the auth folder. Okay, click plus sign and boom, and make sure to change this one, and then copy this content and paste it here and save it. And then make sure to update this environment variable as also. So copy this one, go to your .env.local file and paste it here. And I think that's all. And now if you want to access this sign in sign up page, you will find a slash on the localhost / sign in and sign up. Now let's go to this localhost 3000, boom, and if you see, now it has our own domain. Also redirect URL, it means once it sign in, it will jump to the redirect page. Okay, and now you will see the sign in sign up page. But if you observe here, our page is going below to this particular header, because as our header is fixed, right? So you can quickly fix it. So let me close all of this tab, and let's go to this provider where we have this children is getting rendered. Right here I will wrap it inside the div, and I will format this one. And now for this div, I will add a class name, will give margin top to maybe let's say 16, and let's give more, maybe 22. I don't know whether 22 is available. 20. Let's more. And I think that's enough. And if you see, now our sign in page is completely visible. Now you can even customize this sign in page. Okay, so for a customization, right, because you can just go to this hyperui.dev, okay, and just search for the auth form or auth forms, right? This one here you will find this kind of UI. This hyper UI is based on TailwindCss, which already have some of the components ready. So what I'm going to do, I will go to the view, and here you will find the code, right? Change to JSX and copy this content, and let's go to the sign in page where you want to add, and simply let me bring this down. I will put this whatever the code we copied, right? Make sure to delete this comment, and then this particular sign in component, I will replace it with their form. So if you see, we have the form over here. I will remove this form and paste my own sign in component and save it. Now if I go back to our application, see, this is how it will look. Okay, now you can even replace this image as well. Okay, everything you can customize inside the page.jsx file, whatever you need. Okay, so I will do it later on, but this is how you can customize your own sign in and sign up page. Now let's do one thing. Let's sign into our application. Let's click on the Google account. I will log in with one of my account, and then if you see, boom, it redirect to this localhost 3000, and you jump it on this home screen. But still it's showing login and post ad because we did not update the header, okay, according to whether user is sign in or sign up. So let's go to this header, okay. And so right now, if I go to this header, here you have option to add whether user is sign in or sign or not. So let's add a constant. Here you have option called user, okay, or we'll add a hook called use user, and if you see, this use user is importing from the Next.js. So this is hook is provided by the clerk only. And here is also have one option called is sign in, okay. Inside the user you will get the user information like name, profile image, email, and is sign in will check whether his user is sign in or not. Now if you scroll down, we can add a condition, okay. If user is sign in, then we're gonna show a button called user button, and this user button is importing from the clerk. We're gonna replace it later on, but right now we'll keep this user button. And if user is not login, then we'll show this button to login it. Here we need to add a condition. So this is a ternary operator. I will format this as well, and this is the way you can do it. Let's save it, and boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful user profile icon, which is the actual user button. If I click on this one, where you will see this beautiful drop down, which you have the option to manage the account and everything. This is again provided by the clerk only, which is the sponsor of this video. Now obviously we'll make this item to be in the center, because it was not in the center. I think now it's good. Now if you see, our application is updated. Now if I click on sign out, you will see it's changed to login as well. Also I think here we need to give the redirect URL, okay. We'll update it later on, and we'll go to localhost. If you see, we have the login. Obviously localhost 3000 is not accessible without permission. So to fix this issue, because we want to make sure that localhost, the default page, which is a slash, is supposed to is not supposed to add authentication for that one. So you can do that or fix it using the middleware.js file. So inside here, right, you need to add a public path, okay, so public route. So and this particular line of code, again you will find it on this documentation, okay. So inside the middleware, see, like this, okay. So here you can just add the public routes. So whatever the route you want to make it public, means you don't want authentication, you can add that particular path. So in this case, we want the home page don't need a authentication. And now if I try to access localhost 3000, see, you don't need authentication, and right now we did not log in to the screen. Also, if I go to the header, and here on the click of this login, I'm gonna add a the link, which will redirect it to the sign in page, okay, like this, and save it. Now if I click on this login, see, it's redirected to the sign in page. Now let's log in it, and then once you log in, you will see it will redirect to the localhost, along with you will see the profile image as well, okay. So this is how you can, guys, you can add a beautiful clerk authentication inside your application. Let me know your thought about the clerk. If you really like it, press the like button to this video as well, and just comment down in the comment section like clerk. You can access the clerk link from the description, so click on that one and then create your account and start building this beautiful application. So in order to store all of our data, we need a backend or database, right? And for that one, we are going to use a Supabase. Supabase is one of the best alternative for the Firebase, and Supabase is based on Postgres database. It has their own SDK, so it's very easy to connect with the Supabase, as well as to read and do all the CRUD operation as well. Supabase also provide a lot of different features, like the most important service like database. Then it has their own authentication, the storage where you can store the all images or files, okay. Also it has the edge function and the real-time database, so that you can implement the application like chatbot as well. So and the most important part about the Supabase is a free to use, okay. They have a free tier as well, where you can use it for free. If you don't have an account on the Supabase, then go to this supabase.com and then create a new account. Then we'll go to the dashboard. If you see right now I don't have any project, so we'll create a new project and then give the project name. So in this case I'm gonna add real estate. Then you can add the database name. So I will add some database name, or let's generate I will generate the one. I copy this one and then create a new project. So select the region which is nearby you and then click create new project. So once the project is created, you will see it has this public key and the service role. I don't think so we need that one, but this URL is important. Okay, so this project URL configuration, so we'll see that in a moment. But if you see, these are some of the project which is already there. Okay, and you can just try that one. So right now we are more dealing with the database, right? Data to store the all the our backend information and everything. So right now if you see the project is still setting up. Okay, so we'll wait, but in meantime just search on the Google Supabase Next.js. Okay, and then you will find this documentation that how to connect the Supabase with the Next.js. So if you see, these are some of the steps that we need to follow. So on Supabase provides a server side SDK as well client side as well. So right now this documentation is on the server side, so we'll implement that one. So first thing, right, you need to create a project, but we already have the project, so we can just install the Supabase. Okay, so better let's go to our application, and over here we'll just type npm i@supabase/supabase.js. Okay, so this particular SDK will use on the client side. Click enter and then it will install the Supabase. Then next thing, if you see right now our application is ready to use. Okay, and this is the project URL to use it. Okay, so let's copy this project URL and then we'll go to our .env file. So let's go to the .env.local file. Here I'm gonna add that next_public. Here we'll say Supabase URL and then paste this one. And also we need this API key, so we'll copy this, and here again we'll say next_public Supabase API key is equal to, and paste this key. Let's save this one and then go back to our application. Now in order to initiate the project, this is simple JavaScript code that we need to add. So copy this everything as it is, and then inside the root directory I'm going to create a new folder called utils. Okay, as this is outside of app folder, so you don't need to give or start the folder name with underscore or something like that, right? And again, this is not a route. And inside this utils I'm gonna create a new folder called Supabase. Now this need to be a folder, so we call it as a Supabase, and inside that I'm gonna add a client.js file. Here paste the code which you copied and make sure that you refer this Supabase key and the URL. So I will remove this one from here, and then from the .env.local file I will just use it. So process.env.the URL, and same thing for the key as well. So process.env. this particular key, and then with the help of create client it will initialize the Supabase. So whenever you want to use the Supabase, it will automatically, or when we import it, right, we have to import from the client.js. So you don't need to create a client every time. Okay, you just refer to this Supabase and then you can access it. Obviously we will see it once we start developing the application. Now as our project is ready to use it, now if you go to this database, right here, right now these are some of the features that you will see on the left hand side. But let's go to the table editor. Okay, and this is the public schema that we are creating. Inside here we will create a new table, and we can give your name as a listing. Okay, so this is table name. You can give the description if you want, and over here you can add the column, depends on your requirements. So now here we need a lot of column, but we'll go step by step, and depends on the requirement we will keep adding the column. inside our Supabase. Okay, so first thing, let's add column. So here I'm gonna add address of which the user want to list the particular listing, so that one. So I will keep the type as varchar. Now here you have option to set whether you want null or empty string. Also in setting, if you go to the setting, you can make it nullable, unique, or something like that, right? So I will make this as a unique because I don't want to add same listing with the same email address. That doesn't make sense, right? So you can make this as a unique. Then along with the address, I want to add the coordinates. So these coordinates will be in the form of latitude and longitude. So it will be a JSON format. So I will keep this as a JSON. Then after this, I'm gonna add a created by, who created this particular listing. So that user's email address we can attach. So that need to be in the form of varchar. And again here I will see that, okay, this is a not unique, but this is a not nullable, so some value need to be there. And one more important thing, that I will put the active status. Okay, so this active status will hold whether this particular listing is active or not. Okay, and we can make the value true or false. So I keep the boolean value. By default I'm gonna add a default value over here. Okay, so I don't know why it's not showing, but by default it will add the false. Okay, it's supposed to have some option over here to add it, I don't know, but yeah, you can add that as a false. Okay, yeah, here only this is the column, so let's add a false as a default one. Then obviously right now we'll keep at this moment, but there are some more options, that the type of the listing, whether it's a sale or rent, the property type, bedroom, how many bedroom, everything, all the fields we're gonna add it, but later on, because I don't want to put all of this thing at once. Okay, and now save this one. Now once you save it, right, this particular table has connected with the some policy. Okay, when I say policy, only some of the only authorized user can access it, but as we are not using the Supabase authentication, we already using the clerk authentication, so we can add your own policy. So right now let me go back, and if you see here we have option called add RLS policy. Okay, click on this one, and here right now you can create new policy, you can disable the policy as well. Okay, it's up to you, but you can create new policy. Here you can give the policy name, we'll say allow public, we'll say public only, simple. And here I want all the operation that user can perform, and here we'll say true only. Okay, so using true means I'm giving, in fact I'm giving access to the all the users, whoever is trying to access from my application. And then click save policy. Now this policy is attached to our listing. Okay, and if you see the auth policy, the one policy is get added. Now obviously you can insert the row as well by adding the data, but right now obviously it doesn't make sense to add it from here. Next what we are going to do, we're gonna create a new page. Okay, so when user click on your post your ad, it will redirect to a new page, and then it will have option to add the listing information. Okay, but right now I hope you understand how easily we integrate the Supabase. Now obviously if I go to this API documentation, you will find how to add the documentation all. Also they have the GraphQL and everything we're gonna learn in this particular course, because you will learn how to fetch data, how to write a data, update it, delete it, all of these things you're gonna learn in this course. So you will learn a lot of things from the Supabase. Now in meantime, whenever you get a chance, I will definitely suggest go through the some of the features in the Supabase, so you'll get much more understanding. If you really want to know about the Supabase particular feature, let me know in the comment section. Now in this particular chapter, we are gonna implement add new listing page, where user went to the when user click on this post your ad, right, it will open the new page, and then it will go to this add new listing page, where user can select the address. Now this address user can select it from the Google autocomplete drop down. User will type something, and then it will get the Google place suggestion, and then select the address. Once user click on next, we're gonna store the information like address, who created it, inside the Supabase immediately as soon as user click next. Obviously it will return the new record ID. This ID we're gonna use to navigate to the new page, which will be the dynamic route, to add the remaining information like whether it's for rent or sale, bedroom, bathroom, parking, all the details. Okay, and when user click on the save and publish, then it will update that particular existing record inside the Supabase. So first it will create the new record, then add the remaining information, and then update that existing record. Okay, so this is the basic workflow that we are going to follow. So if you see here, we're gonna add this page which contains the Google Place autocomplete. So let's go back to our application, and let me close all of this tab first. And first thing we're gonna do is to create a new folder to keep all our routes in that particular folder. So go to the app folder, and inside that I will create a new folder, and we can call it as a route. So I started with the name curly brace, circular brace, because I want to organize all my routes in one folder. Inside that I will create a new folder, and we'll call it as a add new listing. Okay, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and here I will add new listing like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, now on the click of this one we want to navigate to that particular page. So let's go to the header where we have that button, correct, and here we have this button, correct. So let's wrap this inside the link href, and here we'll just simply add that path listing, add listing, or sorry, it's add new listing, right? What's the name? I forgot. Add new listing, I think so. Yeah, add new listing. That's all, right? How simple it is with the help of link. You don't need to add anything, just wrap the component inside this link tag, and that's all. Now save this one, and let's go back to our application. Now if I click on the post your ad, right, let me click on it. I don't know. Okay, let me refresh it this once. And also before showing the demo, right, here I want to add inside the add new listing a loading .jsx. Okay, so whenever page is getting load, this loading.js will execute, and it will just show this loading text. Okay, obviously you can add the actual loader. Now let's go to this post your ad, and if you see right now you are in the add new listing page. Inside the add new listing page we have the data, but the problem is here, I think it went back behind this header. Okay, so here instead of margin 26 I changed to 28, and now if you see the add new listing page is showing on the screen. Now let's go back to our page, and over here I'm gonna add some of the information, right? And if you see we're gonna make the layout similar like this. So first thing, let's add a h2 tag, and here we say add new listing. Now inside this add new listing, right, we also need to add the autocomplete Google Place, but we'll add it in a moment. Let's add a class name. We'll add a font bold text to Excel, and let me bring this side by side so it's easy. Yeah, and then we'll add a class name. We'll add a padding of 10 padding. Then I will add a flex item to be in the center, and justify in center. Then after this add new listing, I'm gonna add a one div. Inside that div, let's add a text. We'll say enter address which you want to list. So this is a flex, make it flex column, and give gap of 5. And after this one we want to add the autocomplete, like Google Place autocomplete. I'm gonna give some font, we'll keep medium, but just text to be in the gray, 500, and save it. And if you see, this is how it looks. Now for the Google Autocomplete, right? Google Place Autocomplete, I'm going to use this library called React Google Place Autocomplete. I will keep the link is in the description. Now first thing, let's install this library, okay, or dependency. And then in order to use it is quite simple. You just need to add this Google Place Autocomplete, just provide the API and you are good to go. So copy this Google Place Autocomplete fill, and then let's go back to our application and paste it here. Make sure to import it, okay, and here you need to provide the API key. Now this API key you will get it from the Google Cloud Console. So just go to this Google Cloud Console, okay, just search, and then if you don't have an account, create a new account. Now many users ask me the question whether it's a free or not free, or it's asking me billing and everything, right? The thing is you need to add a billing because for the validation purpose, okay. So Google makes mandatory to add the billing information, but they will not charge you the single penny. If you go to this Google Place pricing, right, and right now the Google API, right, they will give you the $200 of credits every month, okay. So if you see, you will get a $200 uses every month. Means after the first month, right, they will give $200. Next month you again they will give $200, okay, and up to $200 uses you can do it. So for the development purpose, or if you have a small business, I'd recommend you go with this, and they will not charge you a single penny until unless your usage is more, right? Once you create an account and sign up here, okay, you will see the dashboard like this. Then if I go here, right, and go to this API and services, inside this API services, let me it's loading, okay. So it's loaded. Now go to the credentials, okay, and here you can create a new credential. So click on create credential, and obviously we know we need API key, so click API key, and now if you see it generating the API key for us, okay, and see the API key is ready. Now let's go back to our application, and in .env.local file we will paste that API key. We'll say next underscore public Google Place API key is equal to, and paste this key. Then let me close this one, and you can obviously rename this one, but let's open this API key. Here you can say I will just rename Google Place Map API key. Now same API key we can use it for Google Map as well. Now here you can restrict this, okay, to your application or to website, so that third person will not use this particular key. And then you can add the website and all of these things, up to you what you want to add it, right? Even you can select the restrict key, and you can select which key you want to add it. So this key I want to add for Place API, then Google Map as well, okay. So let's add map. So map ended this Java SDK, and I think that's enough, and then click save. Now again if you search here the Place API, right, and if you go here, right, the Places API, make sure the Place API is enabled. Right now if you see, right now it's saying that API enabled, but you might have option or button to enable this API key. So make sure to enable this button. Same thing, search for the map, okay, map SDK, okay, and if you see we have the map SDK as well. I don't know whether we need a special for the JavaScript as well, okay, but see map JavaScript API, see make sure to enable this one as well, okay. So this will help us to display the map on your application. So this couple of API you have to enable it, and once you enable, you will see this API key is now ready to use. You can every time you can use this API key, okay, you can show it from here. Now we already inserted this API key, then we are good to go. Now copy this API key, and only thing you need to add inside this autocomplete. So paste this API key, process, or it need to be in process.env, and provide the API key and save it, and that's all. Now if I go to here, right now it's saying it's not a function. We have error because we need to use as a use client. So instead of adding this line of code over here, what I'm going to do, I'm creating one component because I want to use this Google Place autocomplete at multiple locations. So we'll create a new file and we'll call it as a we'll say Google address search.jsx, add the default template, and over here I will put this line of code. Okay, make sure to import this one and save it, and now import this component so you can use it at multiple location as well. Now save it, and obviously I forgot to make this as a use client, and save it. Now you make this as a client side. Let me refresh it. I don't know why still we are getting this error. Okay, so maybe we have to remove this import statement. And if you see, now we have this beautiful add new listing. Now if you type something, you will get the suggestion. See, and this suggestion we are getting from the Google map. Now here, right, I did not add anything, only that component. I provide the API key and it has all the details. Now if I go to this documentation, right, if you go to this repository, here you will see the documentation that how to use it and everything. Now there are a lot of different customization you can do it. Okay, it's up to you what you need to add. So now let's customize this address search. So first thing, let me bring this in one line, and here they have one property called select props. Inside that you can provide the placeholder. Here I will add search property address. Okay, now if you want is clearable, you can make it true. Then I will add a class name and I will make sure the width is full. Along with that, it has a method called onChange. Okay, so whenever the value get changed, right, it will return the place information, and I will show you inside the console what are the information it will return. Okay, and then save this one. Now if I go back to our application and go to the inspect panel, inside the console, let's clean everything, and here we'll say, for example, some address, and boom, if you see it on the change, right, we got this response which contain the label, which is the actual address and the value. So inside the description we have the place ID and lot other information. Okay, so obviously once we want to store it, we will look into that one, but for now I hope you understand how we use it. Now let's add some styling to this particular component. So here about this Google map, I'm gonna add a map pin. Okay, the icon, so it will look a little better. Here let's add a class name, make it flex, and we'll do a gap of 2, item to be in the center, and we'll make width to be full. Okay, so this is how it looks. For this map pin, I have a class name, we'll give height of 10, width of 10, because I want to give a padding of 2. We'll make rounded to be full, and we'll make text to be primary, and background slate color maybe 200, something like this. Let's make primary only, but little, or not primary, but purple color. Okay, so purple, maybe little lighter, something like this. Let's make not make we'll make rounded left side only and large. Okay, and not to give gap. Oops, sorry, my bad. I think that's good. Okay, and obviously if I go here, I'm gonna add a class name, we'll add a padding of 5. Okay, rounded corner, so we'll make a larger, we'll add a border, we'll add a shadow as well, and we'll make flex column, gap of 5, and let's see how it looks. So this is quite small. Okay, so here what we can do, we can give the height directly. Okay, so let me wrap this in one div because we want to give some width and height to that box. So I'm gonna give class name. First we'll add a margin top to 10. We'll add on medium, if the screen size is medium, we'll give margin X to 56, and when the screen size is large, we'll give margin X to 18. and I think the width need to be bigger, that's correct. And after this one we're gonna simply add button. Okay, so after this Google Ad search, we'll add a button for the we'll say next, and let's see how it looks. See, so for this div, I don't know, I'll give the width, sorry, width to be full. I think that's pretty good. Okay, and on the click of next, obviously we'll jump to the next page. But right now on the click of this next, we want to store our data. Okay, so whenever you just click the information, some of the information from like address and all, we want to store it. So as you remember, right, along with the address we also store the coordinates, and we need to get the coordinates information. Okay, so this particular API, okay, also provide the coordinates as well. So if I jump to this documentation and click on get started, here you will see how to get coordinates. Okay, so see, geocode by I think, yeah, get latitude and longitude, and this is the example that you can get the latitude and longitude from the address. So let's implement that one as well. So inside the Google address place API, as soon as we get this information, right, which is on change and getting the place information, we'll also write a method to get the coordinates. So here we say geocode by address, and inside that we add the address. We need to provide the address, which is place dot label, okay, which is the address. Then it will return the result. Okay, result, and then it has a method called get lat longitude, and this result we need to pass it here. So this result will has the information, I think, yeah, 0, and then operator which contains the latitude and longitude. Okay, and we'll obviously console this first, so latitude and longitude. And if you see, this is the simple example, right? So this is nothing but the one which I wrote it, so you can just copy it from here. And I think that's all. Let's save it and let's test this out. So go to the inspect panel, and okay, yeah, inside the console, if I select some property, okay, and if you see right now we got this one, but it's saying this API is not authorized to use this service API. Okay, so the it's not converting the coordinates because it need a special permission. So to fix this issue, right, we also need to enable geocoding service. So if I go to the credential and if I type geocoding over here, I don't know whether we have HD here. See, so this geocoding API, make sure to enable this geocoding API as well. In this case, I already have enabled in my project. And now go to this Google Place Map API key, and here you can just search for the geocoding and then enable this one. Okay, make sure to add it for this API because we restricted to some of the API, and that's the reason we gave this error. Okay, but now if you refresh the screen, so let's refresh it, clean this out, and then let's search it. And now in this case, if you see, we got the latitude and longitude for that given address, and this information obviously we need it. So now next thing we need to do, we need to pass this both the information to this page.jsx file to store the data. Now let's send this back to the parent component. So let's add this latitude and longitude. So here we'll simply say set coordinates, and we'll put these coordinates. Okay, so inside the bracket we'll say latitude and longitude, and save like this. Let me remove this console and save it. And along with that, we also need to save the place information, means we need to send and place information. So here we'll say selected address, and we'll pass all the place information. Now both this value we need to pass. So here I will pass it here, selected address comma set coordinates. So these two property or two props we need to pass back to the parent one, which is this page.jsx. So here we'll accept it. So first thing is the select address, and here obviously we'll get the value, and we need to save in one state. So we'll define one state, we'll call it as a selected address comma set selected address is equal to use state, and another one is for the set coordinates comma just coordinates set coordinates is equal to use state, and here we'll set the address from value, and the coordinates it also have returning the value, so that coordinate with the set coordinate as a value. Now we have this both information, right? And for this button I will add on click method. So it will say next handler, and we'll create a method called next handler over here. So constant next handler like this. Now if I want to console this information which is selected address and the coordinates, we'll print this out to make sure that we are getting data, and on the click of this next we will just consoling it. So right now we got error because we use the hooks to make sure that then this page need to make it as a use client. So save this one and let's go back. And right now, okay, let me open the inspect panel as well. So here if you see, the structure is quite bad. So here I just removed this padding x to 28, and now it's good. Now if I go to the console, make sure to clean everything, and let's search some address. So if I search this address, right, and click on it, see we have this place that is we are getting, but on the click of next, we've got one error that it's saying select is not defined. That's where, so we'll see what the issue. So this name is incorrect, so this need to be selected address. And now let's take this out. So click next, and if you see, we have the place information, along with that we have the coordinate information. Now we have to enable this button only if we have these two information like address and the coordinates. Okay, so we'll add a condition disable, and the condition is if the address is not selected, which we'll call it as a selected address, or if the coordinate is not there. Okay, so if these two conditions is not present, then the button will be disabled. If you see right now, let me refresh the screen, and right now if you see, the button is disabled. Next, let's save this information in the Supabase database. Now as I told you in the beginning that you wanna learn how to add the or write the query, right? So if I go to this Supabase table, right here, you will see the option called API docs. Click on that one, and it will give you the option that the query that how to redirect rows or filter, insert row, and lot of things. In this case, we want to insert a row, so click on this one, and this is the example. This is just an example. Okay, this is not actual query, but this is the example that how to use it. So copy this query, okay, and we need to install in the listing. So copy this one and paste it here. Oh, I don't think so I copied. So again I will go to insert row and copy this one and paste it here. Let me format this. Now as this is a promise, you have to make this as a async. Now over here make sure to import this Supabase, okay, from the Supabase client which we already have. So first thing, it's not getting imported because inside the client.js we have to export this one. So export this Supabase, so that once you export it, it will available to use it in your application. And now if you see, as soon as I do the control space, you got the suggestion saying you can import from the util Supabase client. So make sure to import this one. Now you are inserting the record inside the listing table and the column which you want to import. So here couple of columns we want to add. The first is address, then make sure to add that one, the value. So we'll say selected address, then we want to add the coordinates, so add the value for the coordinates as well, and the who created this. Okay, so which is the created by. Okay, now in the created by field we need the user's email address. Now in order to get the user information, the login user information from the clerk, you have a clerk hook, okay, which call it as a use user. If you see, this is importing from the clerk's Next.js, and we already use this one, right? So from this user, if you type user dot primary email address dot email address, and from there you can get the created by. Okay, so this needs to be a created by, and if you see right now inside our, we have this created by column, coordinates column, and address. The active column is by default one. Now everything is looks good. Let's add a condition if data, because this is the data. If data is we got the data, means it's successful, we'll console it. Let's say new data added, and then we'll just write the data. Okay, if there is any error, or we just write if error, we'll console the error as well and save it. Now let's go back to our application and then test this out. So I'm gonna add one property. If you see, I got the suggestion, click on one of them, and let me open this panel side by side, and then click next. And if you see, it's saying new data added, and the inside once data is added inside our database, it also returning the ID of that database. This ID is important in order to go to the next page, okay, to update or to add all the information to update that record. But if you go to the database, and if you see now inside this Supabase as well, we have this information. So right now we added the incorrect information, because in address we just want the actual address and not all of this information. But in coordinates we have the JSON format coordinates and the created by. Now just to fix this, here the selected address, so in this inside the selected address, you can access the address by using dot label. Now once the data is inserted, you can add the toast message, right? And that toast message you can import it from the shadcn. So shadcn has a component called toast. From here you can import it, okay, and this is how it works. But they recently introduced one more component called sonar, and this is pretty much similar, but it has a more features. See, you can see the previous 3 toast message, and the more important thing is, I think, better means easy to use than the toast. So copy this command in order to install it, and then you need to import this toaster component inside the root layout. So let's go to this root layout file and let's add it here. Okay, make sure to import from the toaster. I will add about the children, and the next in order to use it, just write the import this toast, and then you can use it. So what I'm going to do, so inside this, once we have the data, I will just toast it, and we'll say new address added for listing, and if there is error, then we'll say something like server side error. Okay, now let's save it and let's test this out. So right now this record is invalid, so I will just remove it because the address was not correct. But now if I clean everything and let's search for the address and click next, and if you see, we have it's saying new data added. Let's go here, and if you see, now we have the proper data, so proper address and the coordinates. That's perfect. Now over here, once the user is adding the data, right, it will take some time because we are adding into the server. So you can add a constant loader comma set loader to make sure that the button is disabled, right? For that one we have to make sure the loader is true or false. So right now initially we can make it false, but as soon as user is click on next, we'll set the loader as a true, and once we have the data, we'll set the loader as a false, and if there is an error, we still set the loader as a false. And whenever the loader is true, so we can add a condition, then disable the button. Okay, now let's test all of these things together. And one more thing we can add, okay, whenever instead of just putting the load making this as a disable, we can add a condition. So I will keep this condition as well, but instead of showing the next button, I want to show the loading effect. So here we'll say if loader is present, then I'm gonna add a loader from the icon, otherwise show the next button. And for that loader, I'm gonna add a class name, and we'll simply animate to spin and save it. Now let me show you how it looks. So let's add one more property, click next and see. Okay, and now if you see, we got the toast message is saying that new listing is get added. If I go to the database, if you see the id 3 with a new address coordinates created by, and the currently is active is false because the user is not published this particular listing. Okay, so that's how with the help of Google Place Autocomplete we implement the first page where user can search the address and add it into a database. Next we're gonna add much more information to the existing record so that user can publish it. So now we are going to implement the next page where user can add more details about the given listing. So if you see on the screen right here, once user add the listing, right, our application will check on that particular page whether that record is belong to that user or not, because anyone can go to that particular user URL, right, in order to edit. So better to check that with the user that that particular record is belong to that user, and if not, obviously we'll redirect him to the home page. Okay, and obviously from the Supabase with the help of user's email address and the record ID, we will just confirm okay this particular record is belong to that user, and then we will redirect him to this particular path where we can have a route called /edit/ the record ID, and then user can add the all other information. Okay, because our record is already there, only the we need to do is to update the information with the extra fields, and once it's updated, once we add the information, then we will update it inside our Supabase database. So let's go to the Supabase, and here we're gonna add some few more columns. So here, in order to add a extra column inside the listing, you can click edit table, or you can even add it from here as well, insert column. Okay, but if you want to add more columns at a time, go to this edit table, and over here, and if you scroll down here, you can add more column. So a couple of column I'm going to add. So type, which is the type of like whether it's a selling or rent. So just I will add a type of varchar. Okay, and next column I will add more columns, so I will pause the video. And now I added all the required columns. Okay, you can take a screenshot if you want with the data type, and then click save. Something okay, so I don't want this empty column, and then save it. Now if you see, all the column get added, so we'll wait to make sure the all column is ready to use it, and once it's done, you will see the all the column is available over here. See, right now it's null because we did not have the data and we did not update that particular record. Now let's go back to our application, and now on the click of next, we want to navigate to the new URL, right? So inside the route folder, I'm going to create a new route called edit listing. Okay, and click enter, and inside that I want to make a dynamic route. The reason is I want to make dynamic route because if you see, right, our edit listing, and after that one, the record ID we are going to pass. So in this case, for example, 2 or 6, right, and every time this record the ID, right, is going to change, and we cannot create that much route, right? So that's the reason you can add the ID over here like this, okay, the dynamic, which is called a dynamic routing. Now here you need to give the folder name inside the square bracket, and then inside that one you can create a page.jsx file. So add the default template. Here we'll say edit listing, and I will paste it here. Okay, also inside the edit listing I'm going to add loading.jsx file. Okay, that's all. Now our edit listing page is ready. If I go here and hit enter, if you see, now edit listing page is showing on the screen. Let's go here and start building the edit listing page. So first thing, so here first thing, main thing we need to do is to just add a form. Okay, so simply I'm gonna add h2 tag, and I will make sure that this will be a client side. I will make this as a use client. Okay, to make it simple, I will just say enter some more details about your listing. I'll make this class name font bold and text large. Class name I will give padding x to 10 and save it. And now if you see, this is how it looks. I will increase the font size to maybe XL. When the screen size is medium, okay, or larger, we make padding x to maybe we'll to 16, or let's make it 20, something like this. So I added the 36 and margin y to 10 as well. I think here we'll make 2 XL. That's really good. Okay, next thing, we want to add the div, and inside that we're gonna add all our form. So here simply I'm gonna add a div. Okay, and inside this, let's give class name, we'll give padding of, let's say 8, rounded large, and we'll add a shadow medium. So this is how it looks. Next thing, we'll add a div, and we'll divide a class name. We'll add a grid column 2 when the screen size is medium or larger, otherwise grid column 1, or make it 3 actually, that's really good. And here I will add one more div, and inside that I will write h2 tag. Here we'll say do you want to, or just we'll say rent or sell, and here we're gonna give option. Now it's here simply I'm gonna add a checkbox, sorry, not checkbox, the radio box, whether it's a rent or sale. And if you see from the Shatsian radio group, you can import that one. So I will copy this radio component, paste it here, and then in order to use it, it's quite simple. First thing you need to import, I think we need to import the label as well. Make sure to import the label component. So here you the label component, because it uses the label as well. Okay, and then once you install this label and radio component, we already import this one, then copy this radio group and we'll paste it here. Now just format this document. Perfect. Now if you see, we just add this radio group and we just rename, we'll rename this one right now. If I save this one, and this is how it looks, let me show you. See, we have two options, option 1 and option 2, and it's simply saying okay, let me add a class name with the flex column, so that we can do gap of 2. And for this h2 tag, I'm going to add a class name text large, and here it will text slate 500. Okay, something like this. And then we have the two options. See, now you can edit this option. So here I will say rent, and second option is sell. Obviously HTML4 I will change this to cell. Everywhere you have to change this to cell. Okay, this is need to be a capital, and here we need to change to rent. And the default option I will keep as a cell. Okay, and I think that's all. Let's save this one, and if I refresh the screen, if you see, by default is sale, but you can change this later on anytime. And now we have option for rent and sale as well. Next we need to add the drop down to select the property type. So for the drop down, obviously I will go here and select the select operator or select component. Okay, so this is how it looks. So you can select from the drop down. So copy this select first inside your application so that you can use it. So this is the import statement. Let's copy this one and we'll paste it here, and then this is the select component example, so we'll paste it after this. Okay, so we have this div wrap it here over here, right? So I will create another div for the select, and if I save it, let me show you how it looks. So this is the how it looks, right? Obviously we need to use the h2 tag for this one, and we'll say property type. Now same font and style I'm going to apply to this h2 tag, and we'll change this value. So here I'm gonna add the three value. One is the single family house, then townhouse, and then condo. Okay, and obviously we need to change the value, so I will keep the same value over here because same value we're gonna store inside our database, right? So that's the reason. You can add more value if you want, and I think that's all right. So let's see how it looks. Okay, placeholder name will change, select property type, and this is how it looks. Oh, the text is quite bigger, I think something. Okay, so we have to follow this h2 tag, not the upper one, and this is much better now. And for this, let's add a class name flex column and gap of 2. See, now perfect. After this we need to add option for bedroom and all of this. Now what I will do, I will just enter it. Okay, because you know now how to create the form, you just add it. Okay, so I will pause the video over here because I don't want to make it this video little longer. So I will just add the all the field which is required, and you can also try. Obviously if you face any issue, the source code I will keep in the description. So here I added all the required fields with the help of ShadCN component, and this is how it looks. So it has a property type which is drop down, which we already added, but along with that now it has the input, simple input, which is bedroom, bathroom, built-in, parking, lot size, everything, right? Now if you make this input as a number field, for example bedroom, obviously we want in the number field, right? So for the input you can mention the type as a number, and now if I try to enter some text, it will not allow, only number is allowed or decimal. Same thing you can do for bathroom, built-in, and everything which is the number, right? So I will just copy and paste it. So built-in will be the number, the parking will be the number, right? The lot size, the area, the selling price, and the HOA, right? So most of the thing, obviously text area is the text, so we'll keep as it is. Now once you add everything, right, now it's time to save this data first. Okay, save in the sense we have to gather this information first, and then we will store it in our inside our database. Now we cannot add or create a huge state for each of these field, right? We can do that, but that will be a little complicated, I will say. So in order to avoid that, we're gonna use a form, and for that one we are going to use this forming. So formit is one of the best form builder inside the React, And let's go to this formic.org, and here I'm going to tell you how to implement it. So let's get started, and the first thing we need to do is to install this formic. So it's very easy command, just type npm install formic, and then it will install the formic for us. Okay, and save it. Now obviously if you face any issue while implementing, you can always refer this formic documentation, and here you will see all the way that how to implement the formic or how to add it, right? So first thing, let me format this document, and then we're gonna wrap our complete div. Okay, so this particular div inside the formic. So you have to write formic, and if you see, it's importing from the formic. And to this formic, right, let me close the tag first, and as this is a div, I will wrap it here like this. Now to this formic we can provide the initial values. Okay, if you have any initial value, you can provide, for example, let's say type. Okay, and the initial value you can add it as a sale or something like that, or you can keep it empty as well. So whenever you want to update your information, that time you can provide the initial value. So here, for example, let's add property type. Okay, and we'll say, for example, townhouse, or you can keep it empty as well. This is just for example. Now it has one property called on submit. So once user click on the submit button, right, it will return the data. So let's write values, and obviously we will print that one. So we'll just console these values, and then here we have to wrap it like this. Okay, so it will have values. It has a method called handle change. Okay, something handle change, and then it has one more method called handle submit, and then we have to wrap it here like this. Oh, I think something we did wrong. So here I think I forgot here. Let me undo this one, and this need to be like this, right? And then here we'll add the complete bracket, and then we have to wrap it here like this. Okay, now I think, yeah, the error is gone. Obviously if you think that's a little complicated to understand every time, you can access this documentation. Now after this we will wrap our inside div inside the form, and which has a on submit method, and we'll just simply add handle submit. So whatever the form you have, right, for that one you have to wrap inside the formic, and this need to be like this, right? And if I save this one and if I extend it, right, make sure to the we have this submit button, correct? So we kept these two buttons, save and publish. I think that's good, right? Let me again format this document. I think that's perfect. Now next thing, if you see in the, this formic documentation, you need to add the name of each of this field, right, and the on change method, okay, which will handle the change. Now so what you need to do, first thing, for each of the field you need to add, if I let me show you the example, right, the name like this bedroom I already added. So each of the input you need to add some meaningful name. So better you can add it the similar name what you give for this column. Okay, and for each of them you need to add the handle change method. For example, if this is the input, right, here you can add the on change method, on change, and then inside that we'll add a handle change. See, so copy this for all of this input. So I will just paste it. So whenever you will see input, just add it. For the select and the radio button is little different, so I will come to that point as well and save it. Okay, so for all the field except the select and the radio group I added. Now for the select, right, select has the select don't have the on change method in the chat here, so they have on value change. So here it will return the selected value. Let me show you inside the console. So let's go back to our application, and inspect panel, right? So we added this condition to this select. So if I select the townhouse, for example, if you see, the townhouse is coming. If I select condo, the condo is coming, right? Or it need to be townhouse only, yeah. And now we just simply going to change value dot property type is equal to, and the value which is e, right? We assign this property value to the selected value, right? And that's the reason this value is important, so that you can manually also update it. Same thing we're gonna do for the radio change. So the radio group, right, also have the on value change method. So if you go to the radio, right, and if you go to this example where they use the form, and for the radio group, if you see, they also have the on value change. So here we'll say on value change. Let's say there's a value v, and let's console it to make sure that we are getting the expected result. So if I select the rent, if you see, it's coming rent. If I select the sale is coming. And now what we are going to do, we'll set it using values dot type is equal to the whatever the value user select, which is v, and then save it. Now on the click of save or publish, right, we are just consoling the result. So right now let me clean this out, and if I click save and publish, you will see the type and property is empty because we did not select anything. But if I select some value and property type, you see, now we got the result, correct? Let's add some more values. So for bedroom, so for bathroom, so built in the parking area, lot size, the area, total area, for example, let's add some pricing. The HOA, I will add some sample description. And if I click save and publish, okay, so it's saying for HOA must be greater than equal to 1900. Okay, so that's a validation we added. So let me remove that validation, okay, because by mistakenly I added, see, if you see, right, to the HOA, so min max value I give. So let me remove that one. And now I think I'm okay, right? And now if I click save and publish, see, we got all the information, area, bathroom, HOA, everything, right? And you don't need to add it this field in the form of JSON or anything, right? It automatically, the Formic automatically taking care of that one. You just need to add the on change handle change method, so that Formic will automatically assign the field name along with the value and will give you the result inside the on submit method. This is how simple it is, okay? Now most important part is to save inside our database. Now as you know that we already have this ID, and this ID is nothing but the matching ID, correct? So obviously right now the 2 3 we will open the 2, click enter, and if you see over here that we have the listing 2, and this record depends on this record ID. We need to update our listing as well, right? So the question is how to get that particular parameter value. So it's very easy. You just need to write constant params is equal to use path name, okay? And let me show you what it's written. So inside the use effect, I will just print this out, and here we say console.log params. Okay, let's save this one. And now if I refresh it, it will return this edit listing /2. See, okay, I think that's correct, right? 23, yeah, okay. Now obviously I want this second parameter, so you can just do dot split using this slash, and then take the second value. And if I refresh it now, see, it just returned me the ID. Perfect, right? Next you need to write one method called on submit handler, and this will take the form value like this, and we already have the ID which you need to update, okay? So what we are going to do now, we need to define the Supabase update statement. So let's go to the Supabase, go to the API doc. Here we need to update the rows, right? So copy this query example and then paste it in your project. Now if you think that you don't understand, let me explain you this particular query. So obviously we define this Supabase from the Supabase client, so make sure to import it. Then dot from means from which on which table you want to make update, that table name. Then we want to make a update operation, so update, and which column you want to update. Okay, so in this case, instead of passing one by one column, I will pass the complete form value, because in the form value we have the field and the value as well. Okay, the condition we need to update obviously, which is equal to, so in this case I'm gonna pass id, and the id will be this parameter information. So copy it and paste it here. And the select query, it means once it install, once it's insert or update, it will return the value. So here I will write console.log data. Okay, but let me add if data is available, and then inside that I will console it. But along with that, I'm gonna show the toast message that listing updated and published, something like this, right? And save it. I think we are good. Now call this onSubmit handler method inside the onSubmit, like this, and then save it. And once you save, let's test this out. So I think let's add some value. So we'll select the townhouse, let's make it sale. The bedroom, I will add 3 bedroom, bathroom, the 3 built-in, let's say 2015. Parking has a 2, lot size, lot size is 1900. Lot size we can add bigger. The selling price, let's say $350,000. Okay, the HOA will add 210, sample description, and then click save and publish. And right now we saw we have one error, right? Obviously this is patch method is to update. Let's go to the network tab, and over here inside the network tab, if you see it's saying column selling price on listing does not exist. So by mistakenly I gave the wrong name for the pricing. Okay, so just update, I will update it. So here instead of name, here I will just say price. Okay, that's the column name inside our table. So let's clean and let's save it again. So one more error that, okay, obviously we need to refresh it, that's weird, because we update in the form and this form need to refresh it. So let me add all the values. I will add some random value now. And then save and publish, and boom, if you see it's saying listing updated and published. And now if I go back to our record, which is I updated the record number 2, see, and if I scroll on the left, you will see the type, property type, all of this value or field get updated immediately. So cool, right? So this is how you can update the record. Now obviously if I open any other record, right, and which is not belong to me, right, which is the created by, and which is not belong to me, we need to restrict it to or access it, right? For example, there is a one record with the name with the ID 10, right? And if I enter it, see, I can able to access it, right? But that's what we need to avoid it. The question is how to do it. So simply when user come on this particular page, we're gonna check with that ID that particular record is belong to that user or not. So it's very easy. Let's implement method called constant check is record, correct record, we say correct record. Okay, or we just say verify user, verify user record, that's meaningful little bit. And here we'll add a select operation. Let me add it directly. So here constant, it will return data and the error message if there is any error. Then await Supabase dot select statement we need to add. Okay, yeah, that's right. Oh sorry, we need to add from first, and from which table we need to get the information, so which is the listing dot select statement. Okay, so we'll select all the information dot equal. So inside the equal we'll say created by is matches with the user information. So we need a user information over here. So constant user is equal to use user. Okay, and as we this is a way promise, we'll make it this async, and inside the created by we need to provide the user email address like this. And the next we need to add equal again, and then we have to pass this id. See this one, right? So id which matches with this params split the second, which is the actual id. And simply here we'll say if data dot length is greater than equal 0, obviously, then we will redirect it to the home screen maybe. Okay, so in order to programmatically redirect, we need to use router hook from the next/navigation. Okay, and then simply we'll add router dot replace and the home page, and here we'll say verify user record. So we'll call this method whenever the user information is available. The user, that's all, right? Let me comment this code and save it. Now if you see, let me refresh the screen. So before showing it, one more update. I just realized that because this is a dynamic path, right? And if you see, we have used the id, we can directly use this id as well using just you have to accept like params, and then you can use it here instead of doing this split and all. So here you can just do params dot id. Okay, and same thing you can do it over here. So params dot id. Okay, because this is a dynamic path, so that's the reason. Now save it, and let's make sure that everything is right. And one more condition, that this need to be a reverse one, the less than equal to 0. Okay, let's save it, and if I go here, right, if I refresh the screen, and if you see, it's going to the home screen because this 10th record is not belong to me, right? Only record which is edit listing /2 is belong to me, and that's the reason now it's showing or it's allowing me to edit that particular record. Okay, so guys, this is how you can update the record. Obviously this is just one part that one user add the record, then is supposed to navigate to this particular page. Now let's implement that missing piece between the first and second screen, right? So when user click on this button, right, where we are handling inside the next handler, and here I'm going to add the router. So constant router is equal to use router, and make sure that use router is importing from the navigation. Okay, and let me go to this post your ad over here. So right now I'm on add new listing. If user click on the next, okay, obviously we are inserting data, but here we are getting the record id and all, right? So here we'll add router dot, we'll say replace, and we want to go to the /edit/ and the data.id. Data.id means the new record, id of the inserted record. So let's test this out. So if I go here, let's add a new record. So we'll say 153 Cali loop. Okay, now if you see button is enabled, click next. So right now if you see we got the undefined data. Let me check what's the issue. So let's go to the console, and the problem over here, I feel it that the id which we use, right, it's incorrect. So it has a it will return the list of arrays, so maybe it's need to be a data 0 of id. So let's test this now again. So we'll add 175 Cali loop, click next, and now if you see, it's went to the edit /5. Oh, again, my bad, it's not only edit, but it's need to be edit listing. Okay, not the edit listing, this path. And let's take this out. Okay, let me delete all of this record for now. So I will delete all of this record because we don't want that anymore. But let me go to the post your ad, and here I will select the new record. okay, and click next, and boom, if you see the new address added for listing, the edit slash listing slash 6, and now you have option to add this detail. Now let's add these details. So bedroom, I will add 3, bathroom 3, built-in. Now you can even add the validation, okay, it's up to you. I will add some random value, okay, and then click save and publish, and if you see it's saying listing updated and published. Now let's check in database. So this is our database. It has an address coordinates, the created by, but along with that it has all the value which we added inside this particular form. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular chapter. I know it's little complicated to understand, but this is quite easy, right? You just need to understand the flow, how we save the data, that's all, and how we update the data as well. Now next, we're gonna update the images. We learn how to upload the image to the Supabase storage, so that we can also attach it to this particular record. So we'll see you in the next chapter. So here, one tip I want to give you. So right now I am on the sixth record, okay, and this record obviously we already had all the value, right? But right now, even though if you want to edit the existing record, right, we can directly show the default value if there is any value, right? And if you see, when we are verifying the user record, right, we are already fetching that record information. So here I can define this. If the data is available, we can store that data, and then we can set the default value inside the form. So let's define one state. We'll call it as a listing comma set listing is equal to use state, and here we'll simply set the listing as data of 0, okay, because it has a array list and the first record we are setting, and then save it. Now whenever we have the default value, for example, let's take this example for a bedroom. Here you can just change the default value to if the listing has value, then we can just show as a bedroom, okay, and save it. Now if I go here, you will see the default value, the 3 showing. Obviously you can change this later on, but even though if I refresh it, you will see the default value. Okay, so same thing you can do it for all other fields. So let's add it for a bathroom. Here it will be a built-in, then this is a parking, so let's add for parking as well. The lot size, make sure the field name we are adding correctly, perfect. Then area, here it will be the price only, so price, and make sure whatever you added is still showing, okay, just to make sure everything is getting synced. Then we have the HOA, so we'll add a HOA as well, and then the description. And if you see, we have all the data. Now for this too also we can update it, okay. So let's go to select radio group, and the default value here, if you see, we can add it from oh sorry, let me add it here, and here we'll say type, okay. So now if you see, for a type it's showing cell, and for property here also we can change it to a default value. So here we can say default value, okay, just add this one, and then this one is the property type, listing dot property type. See, if I refresh it, I don't know why it's not coming the property type, or maybe you can change this placeholder. So here you can write a condition, if the property, okay, sorry, the listing dot property type is there, then add that, otherwise set the value. See, perfect, okay. And if I refresh it, you will see all the information. So this is the quick tip, right? And now whenever you are going to implement the edit functionality, right, for the existing listing, you can just call this method, and that's it, nothing you need to do it, right? So that's the reason I added immediately, means I want to tell you this quick tip right now only, so that in later in this course it's easy for you to add that functionality. Now inside our Supabase listing table, right, I'm going to add more column for one for the adding the username who is posting this list, and one for the holding the profile image of that particular user. Okay, so let's say here click edit table and let's add that two column. One is for the username, this be a varchar, and I will make sure that this is not a nullable, and one is for profile image, and this again a varchar. Okay, let's save this both the columns, and it's saying the username is not inserted, maybe because of the column name is a let's remove this column, might be that name might be a reserved one. Okay, so here I will change this to full name, and let's make this as a varchar, and let's save this one now. And now if you see the full name, yeah, that's the reason username is reserved one. And now if you see, we have this both the column. Now when we are saving this form information, right, while adding the new listing, we're gonna add a default value. So one is for profile image, and here I'm gonna use user dot image URL. This will be a default one, and one for the holding the full name, which will be the user dot full name, or you can add first name, you can have I think full name as well. See, okay, and then let's save this one. So now we are going to implement the image upload part functionality. As soon as we add this data, right, and fill the information, and obviously user will upload a multiple images, so we need to give option to upload a multiple images at once. And once user click on this publish image, we need to follow a couple of steps. First thing, we're gonna store all the image inside the Supabase storage. Supabase will give a free storage up to 500 MB. Obviously you can upgrade it later on. And once we store these images, we need to create the or generate the image URL. And I'm going to tell you the easiest way to create the URL. Okay, whatever the image user store it, right, from that one we have to create the image URL, and this image URL we need to store inside our image table. Obviously we don't have the image table, we will create it soon, and we have to refer that each of the image or record with the listing ID. Okay, so it will connect with each other. So first thing, we're gonna create, or we'll go to the storage section. If you see on the left hand side we have the storage section. Go here, and if you see on the top we have the option called creating a new bucket. Consider bucket it as a folder. Okay, and click new bucket, and here you can give the bucket name. So here I will say listing images. Okay, and we'll make this public, so anyone can read an object without any authorization, and then click save. Now obviously you can even if I go here, right, and if you want to upload the file, you can upload the file. Let's upload this file, and if you see the file is getting uploaded, yeah, and then from this get URL you can open this file like this. See, okay, so same thing we're gonna do it here as well. Now inside the, if I go to this policy, right now it's a public policy, but you can create your own new policy. Okay, click for full customization, and here you can select all the options. Then I will keep everything as it is. You just give public the policy name, and I will keep this as it is. Let's say review. Here we'll keep as it is and save policy. Okay, this is not important, but it's better to add the policy. Sometimes you might got error that policy is not defined, so it's better to add the policy. Okay, now this image can be accessible from your application. Now you define the buckets. Let's go to the table editor, and then we're going to create a new table called listing images. The description will keep empty. Okay, here we need to add a column, and we'll give image, just we'll say URL. Here I will select the varchar, and then we'll add another column, and this column will connect to the listing underscore ID. okay, and this will be a integer I think, but that's fine. What you need to do, if you scroll down, you have option called foreign key. Now click on that foreign key. Foreign key is nothing but that we will connect this to some other key, okay, and which will be a primary key in some other column. Here you have to select the schema, so make it public, and then you have to select the table from which you want to add here as a foreign key. So we'll select the listing. You have to select the which field you want to add as a foreign key. So in this case listing ID, and you have to connect it, right? You have a bunch of options. Obviously we'll connect with the ID only, and then everything will keep as it is, and then click save. And if you see, now it's get added, the foreign key also get added, and then save it. And now it's adding all the 4 columns. So we'll wait, and now your listing images is ready. Now if I try to insert a row, here you have option to add a URL, but here you can connect it with the existing record. See, right now we have 2 record and it's trying to connect to the existing record. So cool, correct? So that's how you can do it. Right now we'll keep everything as it is, and then we'll go back to our application. And for the file upload, I'm going to create the one new folder inside the edit listing, and we can call it as a underscore component. And inside this folder, I'm going to add a new component called file upload.jsx. Add the default template, and we'll keep the file upload part in this particular component. So obviously for a file upload, we want kind of drag and drop and multiple file, right? So on Google, just search TailwindCss file upload, okay? And if you see, I got this first link. I will open the first link, and here is some example that how you can upload it, right? But if you scroll down, I will select this kind of example. So I don't want to code all of these things. You can if you want, but I will use this existing one, quite easy. So copy this one and then paste over here. Right now if you see, it has a class, okay, and obviously in React we use class name. So what you can do, you can just add a class over here and replace it with the class name, okay? So you can replace everywhere wherever you have the field called class. I think that's all, okay, and save it. Now add this file upload inside your after this form, right? So maybe I can upload about this div. We'll say file upload component and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and you will see the file upload. Perfect. If I want to do h2 tag, let's say upload property images, add a class name, we'll say font large, text gray 500, and we'll give margin y to 2, something like this. See, now obviously if I open this one, right here, if you see, I cannot select the multiple one, okay? If I try to select multiple one, it will not allow me. So the simplest way you can do, inside the file upload, you can give the property called multiple, okay, as a true. And now if I try to upload it, now you can select the multiple one, see, and if I click open, it will open it, but here you cannot see whether it gets selected or not, right? So you have to add some method over here. So let's do that. So first thing, on the input, right here, we need to add on change method. So we'll add on change, and here we'll handle file upload only, right? And here we'll create a new method. Let me format this document first, and above this one we'll create a method called constant handle file upload, like this. And obviously this will take an event e, so we'll say event the arrow function, like this. Now inside this event we have the list of files, because we are uploading multiple. So in order to get list of file, you have to write event dot target dot files. Okay, and let me show you whether we are getting the list of file or not. So let me go to the inspect panel first, go to the console, clean everything, and if I try to upload it, right, these are the 4 file, right, open it, and we got an error. It's saying the cannot read property of undefined. Let me check what the issue. Okay, it's need to be a target, not okay. So let's do it again. Open it. Oh, nothing happened. So let me check what's the issue. Wait, so I don't know, but let's refresh it once. Maybe it's not get updated. And if I try to upload this 4 images, and boom, if you see inside the file list, we got the 4 images. Okay, now it has the all the information which is needed. Now obviously whatever the image we uploaded, we need to know which images are uploaded, right? And also we want to store all these files. So let's define 2 states. One to store the files. So here we'll say obviously we will not save this file because we want to send it back. We'll keep as it is for now, but here I want to show image preview. So here I will add an image preview, set image preview is equal to use state, like this. And inside this one we need to create an image preview. Okay, and then we want to save it. So I will just define constant previews is equal to, in order to create a preview, right, we have to define array dot from, we'll define files dot map, and each file we have to in order to get the object URL, right? So we have to write URL dot create object URL, and then we have to pass each of the file from the array. Okay, sorry, this file from this files list, and then simply we're gonna save this inside our state. Now inside this image preview, right, we will just iterate it. So maybe we can iterate it after this label, or maybe let's define div, and outside of div we can just iterate it. So we'll say image preview dot map, we'll say image comma index, let's add a div. We don't need it actually, but that's fine. And then add image source. Here we'll say image, and that's all. Here I'm gonna give width, let's give width of 100, height of 100, class name rounded corner, so we'll round it maybe a large. Alt tag I will just say, let's add an index unique and for this div I will add a q as an index. Okay, let's save this one and let's see how it looks. Obviously we need to give some style, so I will upload these 3 images, open it, and if you see, these images look like this. So that's weird little bit, but let's bring in everything in one line. So here I'm gonna add a class name, we'll make it grid column 2 initially. If the screen size is smaller, we'll say grid column 3. When on medium, we'll say grid column 5, and on large screen we'll say grid column 7. Extra Excel column we'll say grid column 8, maybe, I don't know, because we need to test whether it is possible or not and save it, and we'll give gap of 3. See, like this. Also we'll give margin top, so margin top to 3. Perfect, right? So if I open it and upload this 4 one, okay, click open, and boom, now you have 4. As you are giving the height here, I'm going to add object to be cover, and let's give height of 100 pixel over here with 100 pixel, and this is how it looks. Perfect, right? Also right now if you see, you can able to upload the PDF and all, right? So just restrict that one. So for this input, just write accept an image PNG, GIF or JPG, And once you save it, now what it will do, it will only accept that file format or file extension. See, now you can just upload the images which has that particular extension. See, okay, perfect. Now obviously you have the you are able to upload the multiple files, you can able to preview it. Now the thing is, we need to send back this all the files to the previous component. So here I will just say set images, and then inside the files, and this set images I will send back to our parent component, which is inside this file upload, right? So here I will just add set images. Here we'll say value, and then I'm gonna define a state to hold these all the files. Oh, sorry, all the images. So here we'll say images comma set images is equal to use state, and below this one we'll just set the images as a value. Perfect. Now you have the list of all the images, correct? Let me remove all of this gap. Now the thing is, right, obviously I will just uncollapse this one. Now as soon as you save this data, right, we need to upload or store the images inside the Supabase storage, right? That's our next big thing to implement, correct? So let's do that now. So first thing you need to do, you need to with the help of for each loop, right, you need to iterate that one, and one by one you have to store it. So we'll define for loop, and inside that we'll define a constant images of, we'll say image of images, and inside that we'll take constant file is equal to image, okay, and we'll also get the file name. So for a file name, I'm gonna get the date dot now dot toString. Okay, obviously it will be the unique every time. Then we'll get the file extension using the file name dot split on the dot, and we'll pop the very first element. This need to be dot like this, and pop means the, obviously it will it will give you the whatever the value comes after the dot, right? It means, for example, in this case, if you have the sample.png file, let me sample.png file, right? Then this command will give only the png, okay, because it will divide into two, and then it will pop it means this particular element. Then we have the file extension. After that, what we are going to do, we need to write a code to store the value, okay? Obviously you can get it from the Supabase documentation, but here I will just write it here. So here we'll say data error is equal to Supabase. So here we need to do await, then Supabase dot storage, and here we need to define the from, okay? So you need to give, and then here you need to give the bucket name, okay? So in this case, our bucket name is listing images. So let's go back and add that bucket name, listing images. Then dot, there is one method called upload, okay? And here you need to define the name of the file, which is a file name, okay? And then comma the file which you want to upload, comma, and then the content type you can mention, okay? So in this case, the content type I will give image slash dollar and the file extension name, okay? So file extension like this, okay? And then next you need to give upsert false. Upsert means whether you want to update if there already exists that particular file, okay? We don't want that kind of feature, so I will do upset as a false. And if there is any error, right, we will just toast the message that error while uploading images, else we'll just console the result, okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. Okay, so what I'm going to do for now, I don't want to update a Supabase or any field in the list, so I will just comment this code, this all code, and save it. Right now, remember, we are just on this particular part where we are storing the images. Okay, now let's go back to our application and let me upload the only 2 images for now. So open these images, which is kind of food image, and also open the inspect panel just to make sure that we are, if we have any error, we'll see it here, and then click save and publish. So right now, if you see, we got the inside the data, we got the result, that the ID and path and all of these things, right? But if I go to the storage now, and inside the listing image, you will see 2 more files get added just now. Okay, so this one, see, it means we are able to upload successfully with the multiple images. And now if I go to this get URL, okay, see, this particular path will be the constant, only the file, only the change in the file name. Okay, so what we are going to do, this file name we already have, so I will copy this image URL, and let's go to the .ini.local file. Inside here, I'm gonna add a next underscore public, will say image URL is equal to, and then I will paste this URL. Only thing that I need to connect is the file name, so that we can easily connect it. So if I go here, and here, or you know that we are able to get the data. Here I will say constant image URL is equal to process.env dot this next public image URL plus I'm gonna add file name, and if you know that we already have this file name, perfect, right? Now obviously you have the image URL as well, so if you go here and we'll say image URL, and if you remember, we are still in the for loop, correct? Now once we have the image URL, let me show you the result. So let's upload one, I will upload the one image now. Okay, let's upload this image, click open, I will clean everything and then click save and publish. And if you see, we have this image. If I open this URL, see, you got the image, right? So this is how you can generate the image. Now the next part, if you remember, once we have the we store this all the images, right? We also generated the image URL for each of these image, right? Now we need to store these images in our images, what we'll call, I don't know, I think listing image table, correct? So let's add that code as well. So once we have the image URL here, I'm gonna simply write a code to store that one. So means it will create a new record. So constant data comma error, here inside that I will say, sorry, await Supabase dot from, so obviously here you need to give the table name, so in this case we'll say listing images, just to make sure the file name which is correct, and then here we'll say insert operation because we are inserting record, right? And then inside this we need to define the column name, so which is the URL, image URL, yeah, that's correct, for the URL will be the image URL, and the listing underscore ID, which will be the this particular ID, if you this one, see, okay? So obviously this one we are getting from the params dot ID because we already use this one, right? And then the select, obviously we don't need select, but yeah, we are not doing anything with the data for now. Okay, so that's all. Now I think that's good. And obviously I don't know, yeah, we also need to show the loading. So I define the loading, set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make it false. So whenever user click on this publish or submit, we'll say set loading to be true. And once everything goes well, here maybe after this for we'll say set loading to be false. I think that will be good. And when there is in the loading state, we're gonna simply show the loading indicator. So here I'm gonna add a condition: if loading is there, then show this loader icon, correct? Otherwise show this button, the text, correct? And here I will add class name animate spin, and also I will disable the loading, disable when the loading is true. Okay, now let's clean everything. Let's upload images. Let me download some images. So let's upload it, and I don't know whether we have any file over here for the house. Okay, so I have this file. Click open. Obviously you can upload more, but I want to test with the single one right now, and click save and publish. If you see, we have this indicator, and wow, we got an error that cannot access data before initialization. So on the line number 82, so say, let's see. So on line 82, right over here, we are trying to access the data. So this data, okay, we don't want this one, so let's save it now, and let's test this out. If you see, right, even though we have the error that loading is still showing. So here I will just add if error, please set the loading as a false, and here as well set loading as a false. Now let's refresh once, clean everything, upload the file. I don't know, let's upload the image with the home. Okay, and open it, click save and publish. And okay, we have one more error that it's saying unauthorized. See the network tab, so it's saying new row violation, okay, and security policy issue. So for this listing images, we did not add any policy, right? So let's add the policy. We'll create a new policy similar the way that we did for the listing table. Here we click all, we'll say public, and here we'll say just a true. Okay, so it will be accessible. Save this policy, and hopefully it will work now. So let's clean and submit it again. Boom, and now it's submitted successfully. We don't have any error at the moment. Now if I go to the table editor and listing images, you will see the record. See, and now this record is connected to the listing which is at the 6, which is this one. Okay, so this is how you can add the images. Now let's try to upload the multiple images. So I'm gonna add a multiple images now. So we'll select, for example, let's select this image, then we'll select this image, and let's select one more image. I don't know whether, let's select this image as well. 3 images. Open it, you will see that we selected the 3 images. Now click save and publish, and boom, now if you see, it's get published. Obviously we are not showing any message, but inside the listing images, see, we got the 3 more images which is connected to the listing ID 6. Okay, so if you see, this all complete for we done it. Perfect, right? So this is how you guys you can upload or the images and save it inside the Supabase, and also update your record and attach that particular image URL to the listing. Now here I will just uncomment this previous code, okay, so that everything will work. Now everything is working properly, but the thing is, right now if you see, right, even though if I refresh it, we are getting the form data, but we are not getting the images which we uploaded, right? So the question is, how can we add that one? So if I go here, right, and in order to fetch the obviously we are fetching the data over here, if you remember, okay, to verify it, we also need to fetch or join the 2 tables so that we'll get the images, correct? So if I go to this API doc and read rows, here you will see the option called read reference table. Here you can even read the reference table which you already connected with some other table. So in this case, we connected listing with listing images, and here you can get the way you can get the other table using this just defining that table and the column which you want to fetch. cool, right? So let's implement that one. So inside this select statement, okay, here I'm gonna add the table name, so comma, then here we'll say listing images, which is the table name, and then the column which you want to fetch. So I will provide the column name over here. We'll say listing id comma url as well. Obviously url is main thing. Let's save it, and I just want to print console the data and save it. Now if I go here, open the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything, let's refresh it, and if you see, we have got the data. Inside this data you will see the listing images field now, and inside that, obviously right now we uploaded 5 images, that all 5 images you will see it here. Now once we have this image, you can pass these images. Okay, so what I'm going to do, obviously we are storing in the listing, right? So inside the file upload, right, component, we'll pass this. So here we'll say image list is equal to listing dot and the field name. What is this? Listing images. Listing images. Okay, let me bring in one line, and then once we are in the file upload, let's accept it here as the image list, and then we can also iterate this image list one by one. Okay, so I don't want to touch here. I'm gonna copy another method here. I'm gonna add the image list is there, if and I will put the operator and if the image list is there, then iterate the image list, and from the image, obviously we need to display from the URL. So I will add the image URL. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now, if you see, we got one error. It's saying that this particular host name is not configured under the image inside the next.config.js file. So this is happened because in Next.js, whenever you are using any third-party URL or any images from the third party, you have to make sure that you will add that domain name inside your Next.js application, because that's for the security purpose. Okay, so copy this host name, and then let's go to this next.config.js file, which is inside the root directory. Inside the next config, just simply you can add the images. Inside that, you have to add a domain which you want to whitelist, okay, which you want to allow inside your application. Let's save this one and restart your application. I will refresh it, okay, and then we'll wait. And now if it's loaded, and if you see, these are the images which already uploaded. Along with that one, we have the existing data. If you try to upload some other images, it will show over here, and then you can just say save and publish, and boom. Now if I refresh it, you will see the 2 images, something. Okay, with this image, yeah, the second image came, right? See, so this is how, guys, you can upload the data, save the listing, upload the images, and save that and connect with your listing. If you have any question, you let me know in the comment section. Make sure whenever you are implementing something, right, make sure to draw it so you can understand it. The eraser application that I'm using is quite cool to display everything. So until this point, our listing is not yet published, because if you remember, we have this active column where the status is false, correct? And here we are just saving it, and we are not yet upload or publish, right? So make sure instead of adding that handle submit method on this button, we will handle on this save button. Okay, so I will update that one. So if I go to the page.jsx where we have this button, I will just add the same button. Okay, or instead of adding, yeah, let's add the same button. Only thing that I will make this as a variant outline, and then I'm gonna add this class name as well, like this. Okay, and let me remove this save button now. and here I'm gonna give only save, and this button will save and publish as well. So first let me make sure everything's right, and that's all right. So obviously on the click of this save, it will save everything. Okay, I think I forgot to reload this one. Let's click save, and if you see, it's still in the loading state, but it keep in the loading for a while. It means somewhere the loading set loading is not getting false. Okay, let me update that one. So here set loading is true, that's correct. Okay, so here we will say if the data, okay, let's try to set loading as a false over here, and now if I refresh it, let's save this one. I don't know whether it's still showing loading only. Oh, so the reason is right, we keep set the loading inside the image upload functionality only and not here. So here I also, if the data is there, I will keep the set loading as false, and again inside the else, oh my bad, sorry, let me keep this, move this over here. So set loading as false, and again when the image is getting uploaded, we'll set the loading as a true. And let's test this out now. So if I just save it, see, now it's worked perfectly fine. Now the next thing, as I told you, right, on the click of this save, let me bring this a little bit down. On the click of this button, we need to show some kind of dialog which will ask, do you really want to publish it, right? So what we can do, let's go to the chat.cn component, and inside this chat.cn component we have one option called alert dialog. So if I open it, this is how it will show. Okay, so we want to use it, so let's import this npm package first. So inside the terminal I will add that one, and then we need to import the statements. So let's import that one. I know it's bigger, you can divide this component into multiple one, and then you can use it directly here like this. So at the bottom only for this button I will add it. Now this is the trigger, right? Let me format this first, and this button is actually a trigger point, correct? So let's cut it from here, and then I will add it inside the alert dialog trigger. Here we can make as a child, and if I save it, and for this button you can give a type as a button. Okay, otherwise it will save it. Now if I go back and click on save and publish, it will show you the dialog. See how beautiful, correct? And are you absolutely sure? Here we'll say ready to publish. Do you really want to publish the listing? Okay, and then you have cancel, and we'll say publish, or we say continue. That will be good actually. Okay, and I think that's enough. Now on the click of this alert dialog, right, I will add an on click event, and here we need to write one method called publish button handler, and here we'll define that method constant publish button handler, and this will actually update the active state. Okay, so let's go to the real estate, let's go to the API doc, and here we need to update the row. So let's click update row, copy this example code, paste it here, and this is a await. Let's make this as a async. Now everything is good. Here we need to update the column which is the active column, and we'll make it as a true, right? And obviously the ID on the depends on the record. So here we'll add the ID, and ID will be params dot ID. Okay, and here we'll write condition if data, then we'll simply display as a set here we'll also define the set loading false. Here we'll set loading as a true, and then I will show the toast message that listing published. Okay, and whenever there is a loading, obviously on that alert dialog as well, I want to show the loading indicator. So here we'll simply add, if loading is there, then add a loader, otherwise show button called continue. And here I'm going to add a class name animate spin, so it will spin it. If I go now back to our application, right, if you see the state is false, right, for the record number 6, I think, yeah. If I click save and publish, it will ask ready to publish. If you say continue, you'll see the listing publish. Okay, and now if you check, it's now active change to true. Okay, so this is how you can publish the record. Now next, obviously later in this course, what we are going to do, once you user publish this particular listing, it will redirect it to the listing detail page where he can see the complete listing. But right now we'll keep as it is until this point. Now the next and very interesting thing that we are going to implement is the home page for the sale, right? If I go to this for sale, here user can see the sale for rent. It will see all the rentable property for the property for sale and all of this thing. And I just realized the spelling is incorrect. Wow, let's fix this. So go to the header where we have that bad spelling mistake. Here we'll say sale. I think that's good. Let's move here. Yeah, that's good now. So for rent, for sale. Hey, so in this section, we are going to implement the home screen. And if you see on the screen, this is how we are going to implement the UI. So on the left hand side, we're gonna show all the listing having the search operation and the filter operation, and on the right hand side we're gonna show a beautiful Google map with the marker, which is obviously whatever the listing we have, that marker we are gonna display it on the map. It means we need to divide our screen into two different parts. Okay, and on the left hand side, then we will again divide the one section for the search and filter and other for the listing. So let's go back to our application, and here we have this page.js file, and here I'm going to create a new component for this page.js. So underscore inside the underscore components, I'm going to create a new file, and we can call it as a listing map view.jsx. So it has a listing and map view as well, and add the default template and then save it. Now this listing and map view, I'm going to add it here. So we'll just say listing map view and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see on the home screen, let's go to the home screen, the listing map view. Okay, now again let's add a class name. We'll say padding x to 10 and padding to 10 as well. Let's see how it looks. I think that's good. And after this listing map view, we need to divide this listing map view into two parts. Okay, so I'm gonna add a class name. Here we'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium or larger, we'll change the grid column to 2. One column will assign it for the listing, and other column we will assign it to the map. If I go back, you will see the two section. Okay, now for the listing, let's create a new component and we'll call it as a listing.jsx. Add the default template and then save it. Now let's import that component over here. We'll say listing and save it. Now here we have the listing component. Now first thing we need to do, we will fetch the data. Okay, so whatever the latest listing we have, right, it doesn't matter with the address for now. We will show it on the screen whenever user launch first time, but when user search by the places or address or by the filter, then Obviously we will update it accordingly. But let's create a new method, and here we'll say get latest listing, arrow function like this. Now here we'll define constant data comma error, and inside that after this we'll say await Supabase. If you see, this is importing from our client dot from, so we have to give the name of the table, which is the listing. Again we have to write a dot select operator, and inside that you have to give what are the value you needed. So in this case the all value comma star, and then listing images, because to fetch the all the images, and inside that you have to provide the URL which you want and the listing ID as well. And make sure you will change this to async, because you will be use await. Now obviously it will return all the data, but we have to filter it. We need to only fetch the record which has the status active, right? So here we add a condition equal, and inside that one we will define the column on which we need to add the condition which is the active one, and the type here we need to provide. Right now we have the two type, the one which is the sale and one for the rent. So from this page.js we'll send the type as a sale. Okay, so here I will accept it here as a prop, and then simply I will pass that type over here. As we are going to use this listing map view in other page as well, so you don't need to rewrite it. That's the reason I kept this a little flexible. After this one we also need to give the we already give the type, right? So sorry, here active means the true or false. Here we obviously pass true, and then one more for the type, and this will be a type. Okay, and obviously it will return data, so we will check if the data is there. We'll just console the log and data, and this get latest listing we're gonna call inside the use effect at very first time. So whenever this component get load, we'll call the get latest listing method. Let's save this one and check in our application that we are getting data or not. So right now if we have error that we use the hook, so make sure to change this component on the client side. Just mark this component as a use client, and boom. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see we have the data with the 4 listing. Perfect. Currently if you go to the database, right, inside the listing table we have the 5 listing, but one of the listing has the status as a active as a false, so that's the reason it only fetch 4. Now let's save this all the listing in one state. So here we'll say listing comma set listing is equal to use state, and here we'll define set listing with the data. Okay, if we have any error we'll just simply define that toast message. We say server side error and save it. Now this particular listing, whatever the value we got, we'll pass it to this listing component. So we'll say listing and then save it. Now inside this listing component, let's go to the listing component. Here we'll just simply define the listing. So first we'll just simply iterate it and we'll display it the list. Okay, and then after that one we're gonna implement the search functionality. So let's go here and add here. So let's add a div, and then with the listing we'll map the data with the list. We'll say, or let's say item only comma index, and we'll add a div. Now inside div, first thing we'll add an image from the next slash image, add a source, and inside the item we have the, let me go to the console. So inside the item we have the list images, and from the list image we'll pick the first image. So list item dot listing images first image dot URL. Okay, here we're gonna give a width. Let's give width let's give some height, add a class name. Here we'll define rounded, large, object to be cover, and let's give some define height. So if you see I'm giving height inside the bracket, it means I'm providing my own pixel size. Let's save this one, go back to our application, and if you see on the screen it's showing the images. That's perfect. Now obviously this we want to show it in the grid format. So for this div I'm gonna add a class name, make it grid, and grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when screen size is medium or larger you can show grid column 2. See, like this. Also we'll do gap of, let's gap of 4. Let's see how it looks. I think that's good. That's fine. After this one, after the image, right, I'm gonna add one div, and inside that let's add a show the pricing. So simply I'm on a dollar and then item dot price. Add a class name, we'll add a font, bold, and text Excel. So we have one error. Let me check what's the issue. Maybe we need to add a div. See, like this. Now for this div I'm gonna add a class name, make it flex, justify, not justify but make it flex, margin top to 2, flex column, and we'll do gap of 2 as well, so that whatever the element we want to add, it will give the gap as well. Next thing, we're gonna add the address. So for the address, first thing I'm gonna add a icon, and then we'll display the address. So item dot address. Here class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and save it. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Here for this I'm going to change text to small, text little bit gray color, change gray to 400, and for the map pin I'm going to change the height. So height of 4, width of 4, and if you see, this is how it looks. Next we're gonna show the how many bedroom bathroom do we have, right? So if I go here, see, like this. So out of this maybe inside the same div we can add the h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag we'll add an icon called bed double, and then we're going to display item dot bedroom. And this is how it looks. Let's bring everything, give some style. So for this h2 I will add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, then we'll make text to be smaller, background select 200, or let's make 100 only, then we'll make rounded to be medium, padding of 2, and text to be gray, let's say 500, and if I save it, this is how it looks for now. But you can also make this as a justify center, so it will be in the center. See, so obviously we want to add some more, but for this bed I'm gonna give class name, we'll make height of 4 and width of 4, and here we'll also make item to be in the center. I think that's good. Now I'm gonna add this multiple times, and one for the bathroom, so I will say bath icon, and one for the ruler for the square footage. Here we'll say bathroom, and here we'll say area, and save it. And if you see, this is how vertically it looks, but let's bring in one line. So for this particular div, let's add a class name. Here we'll say flex, gap of let's add a gap of 2, and margin top to 2. Let's save this one and let's see. So here we'll just we'll add one more property called justify between, and let's see how it looks. So we want width to be full, so let's add width to be full and let's see how it looks. Yeah, so let's add width to be full for everywhere, for all the h2 tag. So now it equally divided. Perfect. And whenever the screen size is smaller, right, you can or you can add the grid over here. Okay, so for now let's make as it is, but if I decrease the screen size, let's see how it looks. I think that's good. Now on hover, right, we want to change this means we want to show some kind of effect, right? So for this gap, let's add a gap of 10. So for this div, let's add a class name. We'll add a padding of 3, and this is how it looks. For this one, let's add a height of 170. Little height is little larger. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a hover effect. So we'll add a border of primary color and cursor pointer and border corner to be large. So if I hover on this one, let's see, let me refresh this one. I don't know why hover effect does not work. So we miss one more property. So let's say on hover, we also want to show the border. So we added the border, and now if you see, we have this beautiful border. Okay, perfect. So that's how we can able to display the list of all the latest listing. But one more thing here we need to add. Right now, if you see, the listing is depends. I'm not sure whether it's order by, but let's order by with the latest item. If I go to the API documentation, here you will see the filtering option, and I think you can also order it by. So inside the API documentation is not there, but here this particular documentation they give the example how to do it. It's quite easy. So if I go to this listing map view where we are fetching data, here you can add the order, okay, and on which you want to order, so ID, and then you can add a condition whether you want descending or ascending. So if you add ascending as a false, I think ascending only we have to give as false. If I save it and if I go and refresh it here, you will see the change. Okay, now the latest item will display at the top every time. Okay, and as this is completely responsive, so see, depends on the screen size, it will change the layout. If you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Obviously we're gonna add the search functionality and the filter option as well, so that if you just search on a specific area, he will only get the listing from that area only. Now here the quick thing that we are going to add it here. So right now whenever the this particular listing is getting load, right, it takes some time because we are loading from the server. So in the meantime, we want to show some kind of loading. So for that one, we are going to a skeleton effect. So let's go here inside our listing map view, and here we are going to show the list, right? Inside this listing only, I'm going to add the condition over here. So we'll check if the listing dot length is greater than 0, then show this listing, otherwise show the skeleton effect. So for that one, we can just show a sample array dot map, and inside that we add item index, and let's add a div, and here we'll add a key as an index. So for this div, we're gonna add a class name. We'll give height of 230 pixel, for example. Width, let's give a full width, and it will be inside this div. So automatically, obviously, this particular grid layout also applied to this array, means array iterating map view. Okay, and now over here we'll just simply add a background slate of 200, and we'll animate the pulse effect. which kind of give the skeleton effect, and also will make the rounded large. So if I reload it, see, we got that skeleton effect. Okay, if I reload again, see, that's the reason we added this skeleton effect. So that's quite easy, okay, to add it. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to add this Google autocomplete place search section. Okay, and as you know that we already have this particular component, so same component we are going to implement here, and then we're going to add the search button as well. So inside the listing only, above this particular div, I'm going to add that search bar. So we already have this Google address search. I will add it here, and it's taking two parameter. So one is selected address. Okay, so right now I will just console the selected address over here, and then another is set coordinates, which we don't really require. Okay, so but let's add it here, and we'll console that coordinate as well. Here we'll say value, this need to be v, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if you see, now we have this beautiful search bar. Obviously we're gonna edit it, okay, according to our requirements. So let's wrap this in one div, and we'll give a padding of 3, and I think that's enough. Okay, obviously we want to add a search bar, so button. So we'll add a button. We'll just simply say search. Here we're gonna add the search icon. Here I'm gonna add a class name as a flex gap of 2. Okay, and let's bring that in one line. So here for I'm gonna add a flex gap of 6 maybe, and this is how it will look. Okay, now if I go to the inspect panel, and let's go to the console, let me clean everything. So whenever I search something, right here, if I search some area for the Mooresville, and if you see, we got the we printing the console, that the result we got inside the console. It means that is working fine and as expected. Only some customization I'm going to do it here. So this search icon, I will give class name height of 4, width of 4. I think that's good. Okay, now on the click of search, we want to make a API call to the database. It will fetch, depends on the selection of this address. So let's go here and bring this down. So let's add an on click method to this button. Here we're gonna add on click, and here we'll just simply say handle search click, and then create a new method, or we can just simply call this handle search click method, or we'll send back method to the listing map view. Okay, and inside the listing map view, we'll accept it here like this. Let's save this one and this one. So obviously we need to create a method over here. And whatever the query or API call we make it here, right, same thing I'm gonna copy and paste it here. Here we'll make this as a async, and in the listing we are getting the address, right, we'll send that address value to this parent component. So here we'll just simply say search address. Okay, so this is a search address I'm going to pass, so that it will accept it here. Here we'll say set search address. Okay, and then obviously we need to define the state, and it will accept the value. And let's define that set search address over here. So constant, here we add search address comma set search address is equal to use state. Okay, now inside here we have the set search address. Okay, and we set the search address over here. Now obviously we're gonna use it inside the handle search click. Now before that one, let me show you what it will, that address will contain. So console, here we'll say search address, and then if I go to the console now, let's go to the inspect panel and console, clean everything, let's search something and click search. You will see the value called label and the value as well. From this structure, right, we need to get the data from the structure formatting. Okay, and inside that, if you see, this is the main text. This main text we want to fetch. Okay, and on the basis of this main text, we're gonna search on the address column. Okay, so inside here I'm just gonna add a constant. We'll say search term is equal to search address dot value dot let me copy the structure formatting field name, and then we need to get from the main text, from that main underscore text, like this. Now we have the search term. Let's uncomment this one. So everything we wanted, but here obviously we want the active as a type true. The it's a selling or rent, that one also we need it. The order will be in the ascending, and along with that one we need a like operator, and here we add address comma the percent sign plus the search term plus percent. Okay, so this like operator, if you don't know about this one, so what it will do when you define the percent sign like this, right? So whatever the search term we are passing, right, if that search term is present in any of the address, complete address, right, for example in any of this particular address, then that particular data will fetch. The same query, same query, but only thing is we added the like operation. Okay, and everything will be as it is. Now if the data is available, then we'll just set the listing list. So we'll say listing list, or I don't know what we call set listing, I think, yeah, set listing, and then set that particular data. Okay, and I think that's pretty much. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now if you see, we have the Morse wheel, we have this one is from the Concord, right, and 3 from the Morse wheels. So let's search with the Morse wheel, and if you see, now we got only the data or listing from the Morse wheel. Now let's search some order one. So let's search for the Concord, right, and click search. Now if you see, only one listing from the Concord. Obviously same thing you're gonna do it if you want to search the specific address, right, like this. And if I search it, now you will get only that particular address listing. See, so this is how you can able to search it and filter it. And obviously this data we are fetching it from this database only. We are not just filtering out the list which we already have, but we are actually fetching the data according to this particular query. Now here I'm gonna show the some kind of text that how many result is available. So simply let's define one state called address inside the listing component is equal to use state, and over here we'll simply, along with the search address, I'm gonna add the set address, and then we'll simply add the response, not response, sorry, the v, which is the value. Let's save this one. And now just before this div, right, let's add a div, and here we'll add a condition. If the search address the just address is present, it means and an operator, then only show the result. So here I will just simply say found, will give the length of the result, so which is the listing dot length found, for example, for result in, and the address, which is the address dot label. Okay, let's save this one and just check this out. So if I search it, okay, let's refresh it once. So right now if you see, nothing is displaying, but if I search something, see, it's saying found 4 result in Morseville. Okay, now obviously we'll give some style to this one. So first thing, to this class name we'll add a padding x23. Then here I'm gonna wrap this in a s2 tag. We'll add a class name, we'll change the font to bold, or just we'll add the text to be large. Now over here for this address, I'm gonna wrap it inside the span tag so that I can give the text of primary color, and we'll change the font to be bold. So like this. Obviously we need to use some spacing. I don't know why, or let's bring this in one line. So spacing will automatically get applied. See, for the in as well, let me bring this in one line. So oops, my bad. So for this h2 tag, I'll bring it here, and now it's good. Obviously I will change the font to maybe Excel. Yeah, okay. So it's saying font for result. Let's give some margin white to 5, so it's little it's look good to me now. And for the number as well, I will wrap it inside the span tag. Just say class font bold. Okay, so it's saying found 4 result in Mooseville. If I search different address, will say, and search it, will say found 1 result in Conquer. Okay, so it give some visual effect to our UI. Okay, that's very important. So now we are going to add the filter option. So for the filter option, we're going to add a bed filter, bath filter, parking, and the home type. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this underscore component, I'm going to add a new component, and which call it as a filter section .jsx. Add the default template and save this one. Now inside the listing, after this Google search address, I'm going to add after this div, we can add it the search, not search but filter section, and save it. Now inside the filter section, obviously I'm going we need to show the drop down like this, right? The select operator, and then we can get it from the shared CN UI. So we already used the select operator previously inside the form. So let's go here and copy this import statement, because we already installed, so don't need to install it again. And then copy this example as well and paste it here. Now obviously I will select the placeholder to bed. Here we can give 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus kind of value, right? But here I want to little bit customize, so you can even customize this select item. So I'm gonna add a h2 tag. Inside that we'll add 2 plus, and also I'm gonna add a bed icon over here. Okay, and then you can add a bed, there is a bed double icon, that's really good actually. And obviously we'll make class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and for this bed I'm gonna add a height of 5, width of 5. Let's save it, let's see how it looks first. So let me refresh the screen once, and if you see, the bed is showing, and this is how the icon will look like. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Same thing I'm gonna copy. Just want to check if I change this to primary. Let me see how it looks. So this is off. I select the primary. I think we can keep the primary one. Okay, let me bring this down over here. Now if I go to this listing, right, if you see, we gave the for this address we give the padding x23, right? So overall we can add a padding, not here, but let's add in over here only. So we'll add a class name padding x23. So what it will do, it will be aligned over here. Okay, and also we'll add a padding y to 4. So we'll keep some distance. Let's make it 2. Perfect. Now this particular item I'm gonna copy couple of times. So here will 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus and one more, you can say 5 plus paid. Okay, and everything will be as it is. If I go here, oh, that's weird. I think I made a mistake somewhere. I don't know. Let me undo this everything. Let me save this one and let's test this out. That is correct. So we need to copy the select item only. Let me copy this one. Oh, something is not correct here. We have to select item and I'm planning to add select item again. Oh, so the reason is we are getting because the value is same, right? Obviously here we need to change the value as well. Now it will work as expected. So make it 3, this one make it 4. Same thing, I'm gonna change it here as well, 3 and 4. If I select this one, see, now we have the proper value. Let's add one more and 5. Now the over here we added the bed as a placeholder. If I save this one, refresh the screen once, if you see, now it's showing bed, but now you can select anything like this. See, okay, perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do for the bathroom as well. So bathroom filter, right? So let's copy this select statement, add it here. Obviously if I save this one, you will see like this, right? There are two, one after another. So better you can add, make it flex, or instead of flex, let's make it grid. Okay, and we'll make grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, and the when the screen size is medium, we'll make grid column 4. And this is how it look. Obviously we'll do a gap of 2. I think that's little congested. Okay, so let's make it 3 and let me see how it looks. 3 is pretty good. Or the another option that you can do over here, when the screen size is medium, we can make it flex. Okay, and this grid will apply only when the screen size is smaller. Okay, I don't know whether it will work or not, but let me check. Right now it's look good to me. Okay, so here we'll change this to bath, and I think everything will keep as it is. See, then obviously we will change this icon to bath. Okay, and everywhere I'm gonna update it. So after this one more thing I want to add for the parking. So if I here you have the bath, here you have the bedrooms. Now let's add the same select. So I will copy this another select for the parking one. Here we'll simply change the placeholder to parking, and here as well I will change this to parking icon. I don't know whether we have any parking icon. Let's see in the lucid icon for the parking, or maybe we can check for a car. So this car front we can use it, car front. Let's copy this and paste it. So I think 3 plus is fine, because we don't have that much parking, right, usually. But now if you have the parking as well, and the last but not the least, we need to show the select for the type of the home. Okay, so we can call it as a home type, and it has a 2 options. Okay, so obviously we don't want to show this s2 tag. I will remove this s2 tag, and here I'm going to add, for example, let's say single family home. The value will be single family home. So this value will match with the what we are storing, right? The second, the town home, or we can say town home is fine for now, and just to make sure that what we are storing, so we are storing as a town space house. So let's add town space house, and here as well town space house, and one more for the condo. And save it. Now if I go here and check this out, if you see how beautifully it's get divided, where you have bar to select, parking to select, and the home type. Okay, so cool, that's look beautiful. Now on the change or on the select of that one, right, we need to pass this information to the listing page. Okay, and again from the listing we need to pass back to the parent one. Okay, the reason that we need to pass it, because inside the listing map view we have this query, right, not this one but this handle search click, and on the click of that one we need to add the value over here. Okay, so first thing what we are going to do, I'm gonna add a couple of state over here. So here we'll say bed count comma set bed count is equal to use state, and we'll define empty. Same thing I will copy for the parking and bathroom count. So we'll say bath count, and the last is parking count as well. Okay, initially I'm keeping 0. The reason is, right, because over here we're gonna add one more property along with this one, which is greater than and equal, right? So greater than equal, what it will do, it will take the parameter. So in this case we want to add for the column bedroom, and then we can pass the bed count. Same thing we're gonna do it for the bathroom, and we'll pass bathroom count, and for parking we'll pass parking count. Okay, and save it. But interesting thing about that, the question is how can we pass for the type, right? So let's define the state first. So here I will define, and here we'll say home type, set home type. This is little different way. So what we are going to do, we are going to change this query little bit. So I will copy this line of code until this point, and then I'm gonna add it here. Okay, and only thing that here I'm gonna change, I will replace this. Obviously I don't want await, and here we'll say query, let query is equal to this particular query. Okay, and then here we'll just simply pass this query. We did not change anything, we just replace this query, and we are passing here, everything will be as it is, correct? Now one more thing we need to do here, we then add a condition. If home type is available, means home type has some value, then simply we'll add a query is equal to query dot equal operation. Okay, and here inside the equal operation, this is conditional equal that we are going to add, right? And here we'll simply add property type. I think we can't call it property type, but home type is fine, and we'll pass the home type as it is. Okay, so simple and so cool, right? Let's save this one, and obviously everything is set. If I go here and let me refresh screen, if I search something and search it, see nothing get changed right now. This filter is not yet applied because we did not add a logic to this one, but now let's add it. So let's go to the filter section, and here we have this filter section. On this each of the select we have the one property called on value change, and this will have the value called e. You can just set bed count, something like this. Okay, same thing I'm gonna copy this for the other select statements. So one for the bathroom, one for the, here we'll say set bath count, then set parking count, and the last for the home type, and here we'll say set home type. Obviously this 4 value we need to pass to the parent one. Okay, so set bath count, set bed count, set parking count, and set home type, and save it. Now as this is a child component, as we import this component to the listing over here, so here we need to accept it. So simply let's do set bed count as a set bed bath count, then set bed count is equal to set bed count, set parking count as set. So I keep this name similar, okay, so that you will not get mistaken, and also it's easy to access as well, right? And now all of this value we again pass back to this parent one. Okay, now I know it's little we are passing from multiple component. You can replace it with the context as well, but in this course I'm going to tell you that particular kind of concept as well. Okay, here we'll say bath count, we'll say bed count, here we'll say set parking count, and the last is set home type. Now all this value we pass back to the listing map view component where we have this listing, and simply again I will just copy this all of this code and paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now make sure everything is saved, and let's go here, let me refresh it. Let's search the property, or not this one, let's search from the one which I have the no. So right now if you see we have this 2 3 5 bedroom bed, right? If I change to 3 and search it, you will see now only property which had the bedroom or 3 or more than that, it will show it. Okay, same if I click on this, I want bathroom 3 plus and search it. Now on the board the condition that 3 plus and 3 plus, it will select. If I select 2 plus, still I have only one. For parking as well, you can select 2 plus or 3 plus. Okay, right now 2 plus is not there, 2 plus is there. The home type, you can select the townhouse, anything. Right now townhouse is not there, the single family is not there, I don't know. Condo, let me check condo is there or not. I think some value is not there. Okay, now one more important thing over here, I'm gonna add one more option to this home type. So let's go to the filter section, and simply we're gonna add one more type called all. So if user want to select all this value, he can select all. Okay, and the value will be all. Now whenever user select the value as all, so here we'll say value, and here I'm going to simply add a condition. If value is equal to all, then set the home type as a null, otherwise set the home type whatever the home type is there. Okay, because all means we don't want to go to the particular condition, right, which we define over here. So we don't want user to go in this condition if the home type is empty. Okay, so that's the reason over here only I make it as a null. Let's save it and go back to our application. Now if I select the all, you will see the all. Okay, so guys, this is how you can add the filter option here. I think it's better to add for parking. I will add one more property which is 1 plus. Okay, and here I will say 1 plus, and that's enough. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I hope you understand how we easily implemented this filter option. The thing is, right, we are not just only filtering on the data which we already have, we are filtering on the query, because on every search operation we are making call. Let me show you the reason why. If I user select some data or some information, and even click in search function, if user click on the filter option and then click search, they see you got the result, right? But if you don't have data and if you're trying to search on that one, then you will get the error. So that's the reason it's better to make the query according to user selection. Now coming to the most interesting part of our application is to add this beautiful map on the screen. Okay, so obviously for that one we are using a Google map to display it on the application. Here if you see on the right hand side, we need to add a map. You can even customize this map according to your needs. Right now if you see on the screen it's a gray color. I'm gonna tell you at the end of course how can you even update this map styling. Okay, so in order to integrate the Google map inside the React, we are gonna use the one library called React Google Map API. It's very powerful library, and the most important part is very easy to use. So copy this command in order to integrate in your application and install this particular library. If you scroll down here, okay, there are a couple of steps we need to follow in order to add this Google map, right? So first thing, I will add this container style and the center coordinates. Okay, obviously I'm gonna replace it, but before that let's create a component called Google map section.jsx. Add a default template, and on the right hand side, as you know, we can add that particular map section. Okay, so inside the listing map view only we have the map section. Here I'm gonna add Google map section and save it. Right now if I go to our project, you will see the Google map section over here. Let's go here and let's add that two constant, one for the container style and another is for the style. Next thing, obviously we'll follow all the documentation which is given by this Google map API. Next we need to add this code. So one is for to onload, unload and provide the API key. So we'll add that inside this function. Then obviously you need to import this all of these statements. So I will just copy this and import it. And the most important part is to add the Google map. Okay, so I will copy this Google map and then we'll paste it over here and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the map is displaying on the screen, right? Perfect, but it's very small, so let's redefine it, resize it. So for the width over here, I'm gonna give a width of 100%, and for height I'm gonna give 80 vertical height and save it. And now if you see, it's fill our all the screen. Obviously if you think we need to give gap, so inside the listing map view you can add a gap between these two. So add a gap of 8 maybe, so we have beautiful distance. Okay, you can customize this styling. Okay, means if you want to add a rounded corner, so just write border radius and we'll say 10, and you will see the border get changed. Hopefully, I don't know, but yeah, it will get changed. It need to be a radius, and now yeah, if you see, it's rounded now. Okay, this map we need to make sure it's fixed. Okay, only this particular thing need to be scrolled and map need to be fixed. So to mark it, make it as a fixed one, right? Let's go to the listing map view where we have this div. Right here I'm gonna define class name, we'll make it fixed. Okay, and from the right I will keep at the right, then height I will make it full, and let's save it and let's look how it looks. Okay, so right now, oh, it's gone, right? We need to give some more parameter. For example, when the screen size is medium, we need to give the width. For example, let's give width of 350 pixel, and the when screen size is large, we'll give width of 500 pixel. Okay, because we mark it as a fix. See, now it's worked perfectly. Let's try to give more width, let's say 650, and let's see how it looks. I think that's much better. And now if you see, the map is constant, only the listing is changed. If I go to the inspect panel and when the screen size is medium, see, it's changed, but I think we need to make more change. So here 350 is fine, but when the screen size is larger, we'll make it as a, let's make 450, and when there is Excel size, we'll make width of 500. and now I don't know, but let's make it 650. Now if I decrease the size, because you need to check every time, see now it's perfectly fine. Okay, next thing, obviously right now this is just a simple map, right? We need to it's centralized, depends on these coordinates. Obviously we don't want that one, this is just a default one. Also we need to provide the API key. As we did not provide the API key, I will remove this line of code because we don't need that anymore, right? Because we already defined the API keys for the particular address bar, right? And it taking care of that one as well. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to whenever user search, right, actually the address, then we need to bring our map into that location. We need to centralize into that location, right? So what we need to do, whenever user search on the address, what we are just pass that coordinates to this Google map, okay, and we'll centralize it. So let's define one thing. So let's define constant, and here we'll say center comma set center is equal to use state, and inside that default I will keep this one. So we'll define over here, obviously we don't need it this, okay, and let's save it. And if I go to this listing map view, and inside the listing we are getting the not listing but here as well, right? If you see, we have the search address, and also we can get the coordinates as well from the listing. If you see from the coordinates, we just console it. For here we'll say set coordinates, okay, or we can just pass like this as well, set coordinates, and we'll pass back from here to the listing map view, and we'll simply execute it here as a listing set coordinates. Okay, now I will define that particular state over here, coordinates, and here we'll say set coordinates. Now once the coordinates are set, we can pass that coordinates. So here we'll say coordinates is equal to coordinates to the Google Map section. Okay, so let's go to this Google Map section and here accept it here as a prop. Okay, let me tell you about this again. Okay, so as you know that once user search the address, we are getting the selected address, along with we are getting the coordinates. Now these coordinates obviously we are using to save inside our application as well. We already doing that, right? But once user search this one, we are fetching this coordinate and passing back to this listing map view, to the parent component of this listing. And from there, so if you see from these coordinates, obviously we are getting from this listing, we are passing again to this Google Map section. Okay, because in Google Map section we need that coordinate to centralize our map. Right now, once we have received these coordinates inside the use effect, so let's define the use effect, and whenever the coordinates are available, I will write the condition and we'll set the center with the coordinates and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, right now if you see, it's not centralized properly. Oh, okay, so we have one error that is saying Google is not defined. Let's see the error where it is right now. Okay, let me search with this one. So Google is not defined. So okay, I will do one thing, I will remove this on load, and from here as well we'll remove it. Okay, just we'll console from here. Okay, console.log, nothing else. Let's save this one, and now if you see, still we have that error. So over here else we are using Google. So here I just keep this use.js API loader as it is. Okay, I put it back and provide this API key, and as well as onload, I keep the onload as well, even though if you remove it doesn't matter. Okay, and if you go back, and now if you see, we have that beautiful map. But wait, if I try to search something, see, I'm not getting the result, right? And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and at the top if you see, let me refresh this once, and we have one error. Okay, so it's saying you included the Google Map JavaScript API multiple times on this page that may cause unexpected error, right? Now the question here, right, we use for the search address and also we use the API key for the Google Map. So the question is, how can we fix that particular issue, right? So for that one, let me undo this one. Okay, because let's uncomment this particular line of code and then go to the provider, okay, where we are rendering these children. Over here I'm gonna add one load script method which is coming from the again Google Map API which we just installed, right? And over here we're gonna provide the Google Map API key. Okay, so here from the process.env dot and then copy this API key. So basically we are providing API key from one place, we are passing that API key one place, and then automatically all the autocomplete Google place address and the Google Map component will automatically use this API key after loading it. So we are just loading it from the script. Also along with that, I will provide the library, okay, which is the places for the autocomplete, and then save this one. Now if I go back to our application, so it's saying use context, so make sure to that for this provider we'll change this to use client. And okay, so is loaded is not defined, obviously we remove this method, so I will also remove is loaded. And now if you see, it works, even though if I search it I will get this result. Okay, perfect. Now if you see, as soon as I search, this map also changed to that particular location. Okay, obviously the zoom is too much, so let's fix this zoom issue. So right now if you see, the by default the zoom it showing obviously 12. Okay, but we can change to maybe let's say 12, and here as well I think that's all right. That's the only thing place where we can change the zoom level. And now if I search some different area, see, now if I got the Concord, it's showing Concord. If I search for the Charlotte, it will search for the Charlotte. If I search New York, it will immediately jump to that location. See, okay, perfect. So that's how you can centralize the map view depends on your address selection. Now the next thing we're gonna do is to add a marker on the screen. So depends on the number of listing we are displaying, right, for that particular address, then that particular marker we are gonna show on the screen. Now in order to display the marker like this, right, we need to add a marker component. So let's go back to our application, and inside this Google Map component we gonna render the markers. Okay, so obviously depends on the number of listing we have, that much time we have to display the marker, right? So we will simply iterate that list of the marker component. So inside the underscore component folder I'm going to create a new component called marker item.jsx, add the default template and then save it. Now over here, right, I'm going to display the markers or iterate the markers over here. Okay, so simply we need to get the all the business list first of all, not business list but all the listing we need to provide to this Google Map section. So obviously we'll get it from the listing map view where we are already fetching the data, right, inside the listing. So that listing we need to pass to this Google Map section. So if there are 10 listing, then we will pass all 10 to this Google Map section, and then obviously we'll accept it here as a listing. Now we'll just simply iterate that listing. So we'll say listing dot map, and here we'll add list comma index, or we'll say item comma index. That will be good. And here we're gonna add that marker item component. Okay, and to this marker item component I'm going to pass the key as an index and then item as item. Okay, let's go to the marker item, and here accept is the accept it as an item. Now here obviously we are getting each of the single item for every time when we are iterate this marker item component. Now inside this div I'm gonna add a component called marker f from the React Google Map API. Okay, and here obviously we need to provide some of the value where you want to position this particular marker. So we have need to give the position. That position we will get it from the item dot coordinates because we already have the coordinates field, correct? And then save this one. If I go back to our application now, right, obviously we need to search Vercel, for example, and search it. If you see the default marker comes the 2 extra marker, right? If I search Concord, you will see I don't know Concord. Oh, let's search it. I forgot to search, and if you see the one marker is showing because only that marker is belong to that one. Okay, perfect. So now the we are able to display the markers, but you can customize this marker. Okay, you can provide your own icon as well. So inside the icon you can provide the URL. It means you can provide the external URL or you can use your local image. So inside this public folder I added this pin.png and this is how it looks. Okay, you can get this assets from the source code. The link is in the description, and here I will simply define pin.png file. Okay, here you can scale this size. So let's define the scale. I'm gonna give width of 40 and then height of 40 and then save it. If I go back, if you see how beautiful it's looking, right? Let's search the address which has a maximum number of markers. So if you see we have these 2 marker over here. Okay, if you want, if you think that you need to change the size, you can change the size as well. Okay, so obviously if I go here you will see this marker as well. Okay, now I will change this size to maybe let's say 60 and save it. Now it's little bigger. It's nice to view as well. Okay, now for this marker you can add an on click method. So if I type on click, okay, and let's console.log and we'll just print that particular item. Okay, whatever the item we are getting. If I go to the inspect panel and the console is clean everything, if I click on this one you will see the item which I click. For this one the ID is 16, for this ID is 6, correct? Next, once we have added the marker, we added the on click method. Now the thing is, right, once user click on this marker we can show some kind of this particular item, means with the image, the pricing and all, right? So user don't need to actually check which listing is this one, right? We can show it on the click of that particular listing. So for that one we need to add one more component inside this one, and we can call it as a overlay view. Okay, so it's called overlay view, and inside this overlay view you can define whatever you want to display. For this overlay view you have to give the position first. Okay, which position do you want to display, and then you also need to give the one more property called map pan name, and here you have to give like overview overlay view dot overlay mouse target. Okay, and on the position you can write the position which you want on the click of that one you are displaying. So what we can do on the click, right, we will save that one in one state. So constant, and we'll say selected listing comma set selected listing is equal to use state, and whenever user click on that marker we will simply set the selected listing with the item. And now whenever the selected listing is available, then only we're gonna show this overlay view. Obviously once we have the selected listing we just display the we'll just position with the coordinates. Okay, and then inside this one you can define the data, whatever data you want. Okay, for example we'll say sample text and save it. If I go back to our application, right, and if you see that nothing is showing on the screen right now, but as soon as I click it you will see over here the text called sample text is showing. So cool, right? Now only thing that now we need to do is to display the similar kind of structure like this, see. Okay, but we'll make it our own new, because we can use the existing component as well, but it's little bigger, and on map we can make it little smaller. So we'll say marker listing item.jsx. Here need to be marker, not a market, so I will rename this. Oh my bad, marker. And then I will add the default template and then save it. Now over here I'm gonna pass, means I will accept the listing item. So here we'll say only item, and then inside this div I will pass mark listing item, and here I will pass item which is the selected listing, and save it. Now over here I will copy the existing code which we use it inside this listing, right? So if I scroll down, here we use the div and all. I will copy all of them and I will paste it inside the marker listing item like this. Okay, and which has the double and everything is there. Obviously make sure to import all of this component. So we have to import mapping, which is the icon, bed double also is an icon, and the bath as well, and ruler too. And I think that's all. Obviously we are providing the item as it is, so that's also good. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if you see over here, we have one item which is quite longer. If I click on this one, see, it's showing that one as 2, right? That's working perfectly fine. If I zoom little bit, because we click 2, I don't know, but if I click now, see, we got that item. But we have to also make sure that it will remove the existing or previous one. So simply now we will give the width and height. So for this div, let me bring this down, and we can give width of, maybe we'll say 150 pixel. Okay, so if I go here and also give the similar width to this image as well, so 150 pixel. Okay, let's check whether we are getting 150. 150 is I think too small. Let's change to 180. I think that's enough. And also I will change the height to 120. Okay, and that's look good to me. Let me refresh this once, because it's a lot of congested. We'll add a more. So for example, let's search it. Okay, and I zoom this one, but now if you see, we have that listing. If I click on this one, it's showing me the listing. Now a couple of things, I don't want this padding. I will remove this padding. Also I will remove this border. Okay, after this we'll add a background to be white. So now background is white. For this div I will add a padding of 2. Okay, and you can remove this, because right now I think 2 is fine, right? So I will remove the last one. We'll keep bed and bath only to look much better, and I think that's enough, right? Also we can add the clothes tag. So if I go here and above this image, I will add X icon. Okay, and if I save this one, so this is how it looks, the X icon, right? Instead of adding background white to this one, you can add to this background white. So yeah, and now if you see, we have this close button. So once user close on this one, we have to make sure that we'll remove this. Okay, so simply what you can do, you can add on click handler on this one, and we'll say close handler, and we'll pass this method back, okay, to this our map, Google map view, where we are iterating the markers. So over here, not here, but marker listing item, this is item, this is the marker item, and over here we want to display. So close handler, and once user close on this one, it means we'll set the selected listing as null. And now if I close on this one, see, it's gone. Okay, perfect. Now if I click on this one and this one, it show me both the thing, because obviously user can see and compare any of them at a time, right? If I close one of them, it will close at as well. So this is how you can add your own marker, and obviously you can also see the details of that particular marker. Now if you think that you want to add a button to view details, so that user click on this and go to this details page, you can add that one as well. So let's go to this marker list item, and over here I'm gonna add a button, and we'll simply say view detail. Let's add outside of this div. Perfect, view detail. See, okay, you can make this smaller as well. So directly you can define size and is equal to sm, which is small. Sm stand for small, and boom. Now on the click of this view detail, we can directly jump on to the new page where we can show the details. And same thing, we're going to do it as well to this listing. If user click on any of this listing, we're going to jump to the new screen. Okay, so let's stop here for this chapter, and I hope you understand how beautifully we integrated this marker section, where you can see the details of each markers information. See, okay, and obviously we customize our marker. We added the marker according to our need, and we simply position it depends on the coordinates. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, and if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now we are going to implement the details page for this each of the listing. Now whenever user click on this any of this listing, we're gonna navigate to the detail screen. Okay, and the main important part, obviously we need to create a dynamic route for that one. So this will be like view listing slash and the id of that particular record, any of the listing record id we need to pass. Okay, so this will be the dynamic route, and on that one, if you see, we're gonna show the slider image. If that particular listing has multiple images, then we're gonna show the pricing and the share button, the address. Then the next and the beautiful part is the key feature. We're gonna show in the specific format, the description. After that, we're gonna show the map and the who posted this particular listing, that user's detail as well, or agent detail. So let's go back to our application, and the very first important thing we need to do is to add a new routing, new path. So inside the route folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and we can call this as a view listing. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file, new folder again, and this will be a dynamic. So here I will add the view listing, and inside that we'll provide the id, and then last we need to add page.jsx file. Add the default template, and here we'll replace with the name view listing and save it. Now whenever user click on the listing, right, so let's go to that one. So we'll go to this listing, okay, where we have this actual listing, and over here I'm going to wrap this div inside the link from the next/link, and we provide the h reference. I will wrap it this complete div inside this div, and here we can give the path called view listing slash, and then we need to pass the id, which is item.id. So what we are doing, whenever we click on any of this item, right, we are, with the help of this link component, we are navigating to that view listing page, and by providing the id. Let's save this one, and let's test this out. Let me refresh this once, and if I click on this one, okay, if you see, it jumped to this view listing /9. Perfect, right? Just for this one, right, I will add the loading.js file, loading.jsx. so whenever our component get load from the server, it will show the loading page in the meantime. Okay, it's not mandatory, but it's good to have. Okay, so for the user, the better user experience purpose. So now let's go to this page.jsx file, and very first thing we need to do, depends on this record id, we need to fetch the listing information, correct? So in order to fetch the listing information, if you remember, right, we already used that one, but let's define constant get listing details, and we'll define constant data error is equal to await Supabase. Obviously we are refer to Supabase dot from. Here obviously you need to give the table name. Then here we need to give not select but the condition. We need to add the condition, okay, and what you need. So select will define the star obviously, but along with that one we also want to fetch the listing images. I hope the name is correct. And then inside that we'll fetch the URL comma listing ID like this. Dot we need to provide the equal, and obviously we'll need to fetch depends on the user the record ID. So we'll get that record ID from the params dot ID. Obviously we need to define the params over here, and this is a way to we'll make this as a async just to make sure the table name is correct, listing images, that's correct. And now here we'll simply define if data is there, we'll define console dot log and data. Okay, let's test this out. Obviously we need to call this method inside the use effect. So we'll just define get listing detail, and we can execute only once. So I pass the empty array. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So right now we got one error at we use the use effect, right? So that's the reason we got the error. Make this as a client, use client, and now we are good. So go to the go to the inspect panel just to make sure that we are getting the result. So inside the console, if you see on line page number 18, which is this one, we got the listing, okay, that particular listing. See, perfect, right? Obviously you can add one more condition, dot equal and active as true. Okay, only active listing will fetch. Now obviously we need to save this one in one state. We will say listing detail comma set listing detail is equal to use state, and simply we'll replace this with the set listing detail and save it. Now if there is any error, we'll just toast a message. We'll saying error, server side error. You can say server side error, okay, and save it. So we are pretty good on this one. Now the next thing and very important thing, if you see the mockup design, we need to show the image slider. Now with the ShadCN component called carousel, okay, which is very beautiful component and which help us to add the slider kind of effect, right? And it's recently they added this one, so we're gonna use this one. So let's import this component first. So I will you need to install this component using the npm, and once it installed, right, let's copy this import statement. But before that we'll create a new component folder inside the view listing, and inside that I will create a component called slider.jsx, and in that one I import this one and paste this import for a carousel, and then I will copy this example code and we'll paste it here. Okay, now this slider component I'm going to add it here, and for this slider I'm gonna pass image list, which we can get it from the listing detail. So go to the listing detail dot I think listing image listing only, image listing, just to check. I don't know, it may be listing images only. Okay, so this need to be a listing images. We can verify it. Let me console this data first over here, and then we can just console. If you see, we have this listing images, that is correct. Now this image list will accept that prop inside the slider over here, and save this one as well. Now obviously if the slider is not there, if the image list is not there, so here we'll say image list is there, obviously it will show the slider. If it's not there, I'm gonna add the some kind of loading. Okay, so simply here for this div I'm gonna add a class name, width to be full, height to be 200 pixel, and then background slate 200, and animate pulse rounded large. Okay, and obviously this image list we need to iterate it over here. Let me bring this down and let iterate this image list dot map, we'll say item comma index, like this. And inside that we're going to show the image, or not image, but we need to show this carousel item, and inside that we're going to show the image. So image source, we provide an item dot url. Here we'll give width maybe 800, the height will give maybe 300. Okay, alt, let's say just image, and here now I'm going to give class name. Okay, we'll make rounded to be XL, then object cover and height I will define here again as a 300 pixel. Okay, obviously we don't need this carousel item because we are already iterating the image list. Now if I go back to our application, if you see we have the error and the width is quite bigger. So simply we can add some padding. So inside the page.jsx, this is the parent component. Here I'm going to add a class name padding x to 4, but when the screen size is medium we'll add a padding x to 32, when it's large we'll add a padding x to 56. Okay, and margin y to 3. So let's save this one, and I think everything's look good. So right now if you see, still we don't have the result, and I don't know what's the issue. Let's make sure we are getting the image list. So I will just console the image list over here, and if I go here, if you see we got image list as empty. It means we are not getting the image list from here. So we are setting this set listing detail over here. Okay, and once we say, okay, so this need to be a data 0. Okay, because that's the first element we need to fetch, right? Now let me refresh this, and if you see, now we have the list of sliders. See, perfect, right? Now let me give some margin from the top. So here we'll say margin top to 5. I don't know why it's not getting that margin, but you can directly give inside the slider margin top to 5. We'll do that in a moment. Next thing, obviously if you see, right, the width is not properly defined, so you can add width to be full over here for this image. Okay, and little bit I will increase the height to 360, little larger. See, so here change padding y to 5, and now it's came to down. Perfect. See, next thing, we want to show the details. For the to hold this all the details information, I'm going to create a new component called details.jsx, and inside that we put all the property details. Now inside the detail we need to import this details component inside the page.jsx file after the slider, and save it. Now to this detail screen I'm going to pass a listing detail as a listing detail, and inside the details, now here I simply paste this detail screen UI. Okay, which is quite easy, you can access it from the source code, and this is how it looks. So here I'm gonna show the pricing, the address. Here we added the share button, then we added the key feature for this particular house, and the description we show it. Okay, now you can show the map as well. So let's add the map over here. So here I'm going to add a h2 tag, and we'll simply say find on map, and we'll add the same styling that what we gave for the other heading. And here you can also add a Google map section, or not Google map section, but I think let me check what is the component name which we gave. So it's Google map section only. To this Google map section you can pass the coordinates, so that coordinates we can get it from the listing detail dot coordinates, and for the listing we can pass inside the square bracket and listing details. Okay, let's save this one and let's see whether we are able to see the map or not. Now if you see, if I refresh it, right, this is how it showed to us, and you will see the address as well on the screen. See, okay, so everything as it is with the map on all, correct. And the last we're gonna show the agent information who add this particular listing, so that one here we can show it. For that one I'm going to create a component call, we can call it as a agent detail.jsx, add the default template. Here it will accept the listing detail information, and then from the, not from the page but from the details only, because we are adding over here, we'll say agent detail and we pass the listing detail as a listing detail and save it. Now let's go to the agent detail screen, and over here I'm gonna show image, users image, source. Here we'll say listing detail dot profile image, then we'll give alt as a profile image, width let's give 60, height we'll give 60, and we'll make border rounded, so rounded corner to be full. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks on the screen. So right now we got one error that that particular URL is we are coming, it's getting from this image clerk.com. so this host name we need to add inside the next.config.js, the same way we added for the Supabase, right? So we'll add this host name, save it, and then once you save this one, make sure to restart your application and then refresh the screen. And if you see, if I scroll down, you will see the image. Okay, that is profile image who added this particular listing. Now let's go to the agent detail. Over here I'm gonna add a div. First thing I'm gonna show the name, so listing detail dot full name, and another is for the email, not email but it's created by field. See, okay. Let's bring let's not bring but let's give some styling to this one. So class name we'll say text large, font bold, and for this one I'm gonna add a class name, we'll say text of gray color 500. Okay, and another button component we're gonna add a call button, we'll say contact or send a message, we'll say send message. Okay, if I save this one, okay, so we make sure to import this button component, save this one, and now if you see we have this one, right? Let's bring this everything in one line. So for this div I'm gonna add a class name, make it flex, then we'll do gap of 5, and I will wrap this image and this information in one div. Okay, and here as well again I'm going to define class item to be in the center, gap of 6 maybe, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Here as well I'm going to add item to be in the center and justify between. Okay, also let's add some padding and we'll make rounded large, we'll add a shadow effect and some border. Okay, perfect. Let's bring this little bit down, so we'll give margin y to 6, something like this. Now here obviously we're gonna write the agent send message, but obviously you can write one text over here before this. So I will copy this existing h2 tag, we'll say contact agent, and save it. Okay, and that's all. And if you see, we have this beautiful detail screen along with the map and this agent detail. Okay, now if you see this map, right, sometimes show to press the control button and then it will work, right? So you can fix that issue as well. Now for example, if I go to this for sale, right now it's showing, but sometimes it might show that okay, you have to press the control, some hover warning. So for that one it's very easy to fix. Okay, let me open any of this listing first, and hey, see, you got this use plus scroll, right? So in order to remove that one, right, you can just go to this map section. So Google Map section where you implemented the map component, and here you can give one property called gesture inside this Google Map only, right? Yeah, gesture handling is equal to, and here you need to say greedy. Okay, if I save this one, and now you will not get that particular warning kind of thing. Okay guys, so that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand how we beautifully implemented this detail screen. Okay, now on the click of this share, you can just copy the listing URL. Okay, and then you can put it in the clipboard, and then you can able to share that one with your friends. Also, they have beautiful slider where you can see the key feature, the map feature as well, and along with that this contact agent section. If I go to this for sale, you will see the sales section as well. Here you can easily navigate it. If I want to search something, and here you will see that particular location along with the listing. So right now if you see, there is this listing over here. Okay, and obviously on the click of that listing you can jump it. Now over here if you see, we have this view detail button, but it's not working correctly, right? So let's add the routing for that one. So let's go to this markers item where we added this button inside the marker item list item, and here I'm going to simply wrap it inside the link h reference, and here we'll simply add view listing slash and the ID of the listing, which is the, let me check, item.id. Okay, and then save it. Obviously make sure to wrap it inside this link component, save this one, and if I go here now, if I click on this view detail, it will jump to the detail screen. Only thing that I'm gonna update here, let's give class name width to be full. So now if I will undo this one. Okay, let's search it again, and if I click on this one, see, we have the button, click on this one and it will jump to this detail screen. Until this point we implemented the listing page and a lot of details, but currently we implement for the sale listing type. Now if what the listing type is of rent, right? For that one, if I click on the for rent, it should go to the slash rent. Okay, with the same UI, but the listing will be of type rent. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to create a route for the rent. So inside the route folder, I'm going to create a new route and we can call it as a rent. Inside that, I'm going to get page.jsx file and then add a default template, and here we will say for rent and then save it. Now if you remember, inside the page.js, okay, which is the home page for the sale, copy this all of this code, paste it here. Make sure to import listing map view, and only thing that you need to change that type. Here we will change the type to rent and then save it, and that's all, right? If I refresh and let me refresh the screen, and let's go to this slash rent, and if you see, now you will get only property which is of type rent. Right now we don't have any property, so I will add that one, but we'll get only that property. Now obviously on the click of this for rent, we need to implement the routing for on the click of for rent. So I will copy the existing line of code like this, paste it here, and here we'll just change to rent and slash rent. Okay, and then save it. Also I will add some couple of let's do one thing in the here. If you see, we have the sale here. I will change this one to rent and this one to rent as well. So two type I changed so that we will get some data. So now if I go to this for rent, you will see the two record with the rent, And obviously it's not working or not showing, but if you search the some, let's search for the Conquer address, right? And if I click search, right, let me see whether do we have any listing. Oh, see, here is the, we have the listing, and this is the same listing which is showing on the screen, right? Obviously you can filter this out, all the property, all everything will work as expected. Okay, only thing that, as I say, the type, and which that particular logic we already implemented. So you just need to use the existing component, pass the correct value, and that's all, you are ready to go. So this is how for sale and for rent both the things are now working. Now it's time to implement the my profile section. If you see on the screen, as currently inside our application we use the clerks user button, and this is how we got the UI, right? But we need to replace it, and we want to add our own drop down with these options. Okay, so first thing we need to do, then next thing, with the help of clerk profile, we're gonna implement this complete profile section. Along with that, we're gonna add our own option inside the clerk profile UI itself. Okay, so we will learn everything. First thing, let's go back to our application, and inside the header we need to replace this user button only with the user image profile icon. Okay, so I will add the image, the source here will access user dot image URL. Okay, here I'm going to give width of 35 and height of 35. Here we'll say alt tag user profile. Let's save this one, and let's test this out inside our application, and this is how it looks, right? Just we need to add a corner to be rounded, so it will be in the form of circular. So add a class name, we'll put width to be full. That's all. I don't know why it's not changed. Let me refresh the screen. Okay, so not width, sorry, my bad. Rounded to be full. Okay, and now you will see it's full, perfectly fine. Now we need to add a drop down, and for that one we are going to Shatsion drop down component. So it's very easy to use. Okay, if you see, this is a button, and this is the option that you can show in the drop down. So first thing, let's add this particular library inside your application. Then in order to use it, you have to import these statements, and let's use the existing example code after this image. Obviously on the click of image we need to trigger it, right? So I will copy this from here and paste it inside this drop down menu trigger, and then here I'm gonna add as child. Okay, because this is the child of this drop down menu trigger. Now here I'm going to replace this some of the menu. So profile is fine. Here I'm going to say my listing. Here I will say logout, and I will remove the subscription button. Now for logout, you have sign out button from the clerk. You can use that one. Okay, if I save this one, you can check this out. See, logout button. If I click on logout, it will get logout. Okay, now for the profile screen, okay, let me bring this down. Here we need to navigate to the news page called user, or you can say profile. So inside the routes component, we can create a new route, and we can call it as a user, and inside that I'm going to create a page.jsx file. Add the default template, and you can call it as a user, and here as well user. Save it. Now here we'll just add a link to that profile screen. So link hrefs, here we'll navigate to the user. That's all, and we'll put this text to inside this link. Now if I refresh it once, and if I go to here and click on profile, if you see, now it's navigate to the /user. Now over here we want to show the user profile, and it's quite easy with the clerk. Okay, clerk provide the custom user profile functionality as well, but if I type user profile, see, if it's importing from the clerk /Next.js, save this one, and here you will see the user profile UI. So beautiful, right? You have option called account security. Also you can customize this completely. Now for this particular div, I'm gonna add some styling. Okay, so first thing, let's add a class name. We'll add a margin vertical to be 6. On medium screen, I'm gonna add margin x to 10, and on the large screen, I'm gonna add padding x to 32. Okay, here as well padding only, and I'm gonna add h2 tag. It will say profile. We'll add a class name, font bold, text to Excel, and then save it. Okay, if I go here, so this is how it looks. I'm gonna give some padding here. Already we give the padding, and let's say margin y to 3. Alright, padding y to 3. Perfect. Now next thing, as I told you, right, because our profile is section is ready. Okay, we don't need to do much because the clerk is already taking care of this particular thing. Now if you don't want this kind of shadow effect, because this particular profile look a little sticky kind of thing, right, means is we are just put some component and add it, right, we can remove that thing. So if I select this particular component, right, maybe we can select this component, and if I try to add a shadow, box shadow as a none, right, you will see that box shadow is gone. Okay, now the question is, how can you update this inside styling to this clerk? It's very easy, right, and that also provide inside the clerk documentation. Now obviously you can update this class. Okay, so copy this class, then go to the global css file, and at the bottom you can just paste this class, and then we'll add a box shadow. So box shadow to be none. Okay, and then save it. Now if I refresh the screen, you will see we don't have that box shadow, and this page now looks complete, correct, and now it's look like it's already existing page of the our application. Now the next thing, as I told you, that to add a new option over here. Okay, after this account security, we want new option called my listing. So it's also very easy. Inside the user profile, okay, here we need to provide some children to this component. Okay, and we can, here you can do that user button, you have to import dot user profile page. Okay, and then for this profile page you have to provide some value, for example a label. What will be the label? So here I will say my listing. Okay, also you can provide the label icon, so you can provide the label icon. So I will say building 2 icon from the Lucid React, and for this one I'm going to use class name height of 5, width of 5, and the last thing is URL. Okay, so URL you can mention, so I will tell you what does it mean, and inside this particular component you can show whatever you like or you want to display. Okay, for example I will say my listing component, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, so right now we got this error because we are trying to add the clerk inside the server side. Let's make this page as a client side, so we'll make it as a client and save it. And now if you see, we have the third option. If I click on this option, the text, you will see the my listing component, because that's what we display over here, correct? Perfect. Now obviously we will add a new component to show only users listing or users property. So here I'm gonna add a component folder first, and inside that I'm gonna add a component called user listing.jsx. Add the default template, and let's replace this hard-coded text with the user listing. Okay, and save it. Now go to user listing, and here we need to fetch the listing which belong to that particular user. So constant get user listing, and with the Supabase we can call get the data. So we'll say constant data comma error is equal to await Supabase dot from, and obviously the name is listing, the table name you need to give dot select and here we need to select the all from the listing, as well as we need to select the listing images which we to get the images of respective listing, right? So here we'll say URL comma listing ID, then dot equal, and now here we need to pass the user's email, which is also back on because of we need to fetch only use listing which belong to that user, right? So we are passing dot equal created by matches with the user's email. So let's get the user email. So here we get the user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect. And here we are fetching all the listing, even though it's a draft mode or it's a publish. Async, make it async, and here we'll just console the data. So console.log data, and then let's call this get user listing inside the use effect whenever this component get load for the first time, and make sure whenever the user's information available, then only we will call this method. Save this one, go back to your application, inside the inspect panel, inside the console, make sure you got the data. See, perfect. Next we need to save that all the listing inside one state. So here we'll say listing comma set listing is equal to use state, and now here we'll just iterate our listing. So I will add a s2 tag, will say my listing, I will say manage your listing, manage your listing, class name font bold, text to Excel, and after this one I'm gonna add a div tag, and inside that we'll iterate the listing. Okay, so if the listing is there, we'll iterate the listing. For now I'll put and operator, and we'll just simply say listing dot map item comma index, and over here we'll put that line of code. Okay, so I will copy from the existing one. So here we have the listing one, right? I will copy this complete div, or let's only this div, paste it here, and make sure to import all of this import statement for respective component, ruler as well. I think that's pretty much, and obviously we are passing this information. So let's save this one, and let's go to my listing. Right now nothing is displayed on the screen. That's interesting. So because we never set the value, so we need to set the value over here. We'll say data and save it. Now if I go here, obviously it's showing that error. We might be get error, and if you see, now we have the proper listing. Okay, perfect. Obviously we want to show two listings side by side. So for this div I'm gonna add class name. We'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is extra small, and grid column 2 when the screen size is medium, something like this. And for this page, right, let's try to make width to be full and save it. And then couple of things I'm going to add. So inside this user listing, above this image I'm gonna add s2 tag, and it will show whether this particular listing is in the draft mode or not, right? So simply I'm gonna add a condition. If item dot active is true, then I'm gonna say it's published, otherwise I will say it is in the draft mode. Okay, and for this class s2 tag I'm gonna add a class name background to be purple, primary it means, then background text to be white, and I will make this as absolute, something like this. See, also I'm going to give a padding x to 2. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. And I want this on the right hand side, or you can keep like this as well. That's look beautiful. Let's make text to be small and padding to 1. Okay, perfect. Now you can get to know which one is published and which one is not. Now one more thing, here we'll give some gap of 3, and then let's add some padding for this s2. So let's add padding, not padding but margin to 1, and we'll add a rounded large. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Next thing, we want to show the buttons. Okay, so and also we want 2 buttons, one for to edit and one for to delete. And you can give button of size small like this, see. Okay, also if I go to this button component from the chassis, and you will see there are different variant. You can give like destructive, outline, ghost, link, or even size as well. Let's give the destructive for the delete. So here I'm gonna add a variant is equal to destructive and for the delete. And if I go to the listing, so right now make sure to add a button. So button is not defined, let's add a button. And if you see, now we have these beautiful buttons. Let's bring everything in one line. So here I'm gonna give div, and let's define class name, we'll say flex gap of 2. And for this edit button I'm gonna give class name, and we'll say width full. But let's add one more button to view. Okay, so view is also important, so we'll say view. And for delete I will add the trash icon only, something like this. Okay, for trash that's ready is fine. For view, or let's add a view at the first one, and we'll add variant as outline, something like this. Okay, now you have option to view, option to edit, and option to delete as well. Okay, so this is how you can add it. If you see right now this image is broken, right? You can replace this image with some image placeholder. Let's do that. So over here, if you see, we can check with the condition if the item listing is present, then show the actual URL, otherwise show the placeholder. So placeholder you can access using placeholder.png, because I already added this placeholder, sorry, it's a svg, actually svg file over here. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. See, now it replaced with the placeholder, and now it's not look like a broken one. Now once user click on the view, we're gonna redirect it to the view listing. So let's go here and add that one. So simply let's add a link. From the next link hrefs, here we'll say view listing slash and the id of that particular one, so item.id. Okay, and then wrap this button inside this link. Let's save it, let's test this out. So if I click on this view button, see, it went to this view. Perfect, right? Same thing we want to do for the edit, because we know that for edit we have the route, right? And we can navigate to that route. So that's the reason I kept the editing route in different route. I mean, we added the edit as a different route, right? So let's add that one as well. So I will copy this link, paste it here. Here I will make justify between, so it will be similar way. Over here I'm gonna add edit listing, and everything will be similar, means we are passing id and all. If I click on edit, I don't know why, yeah, if you see, I jump to the edit and everything is there. Perfect, right? And the last, the delete, we need to check whether we will check the confirmation from the user that do you really want to delete, and if you say yes, then only we will delete. Now the delete functionality you can try on your own, guys. Before that, I want to add this class name to link, so it will spread correctly. See, the button will be look beautiful now, and I think that's pretty much. So guys, that's all. Okay, so as I told you, right, implement the delete functionality. Let me know whether you can able to implement or not. It's very simple. On the delete you can show the some kind of dialog message which we already built, right? And you can say if you say yes, then you can make the Supabase API call where you can take a reference of this document to delete the row. Okay, and you can delete from here. Remember, first thing we need to delete the listing images, and then you need to delete this listing. If you really need a help and need a source code, the link is in the description, you can access it. Now we are at the last chapter of this particular course where we are going to deploy our application on a cloud so that your users, your friends and family can see your project. So first thing you need to do once you're done with your project, we're gonna push this project to the GitHub, and from the GitHub we're gonna deploy it on a Vercel. So whenever next time you make the change and the commit your changes to the GitHub, it will automatically deploy the new update on our Vercel. So let's go to the github.com, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. Here we're gonna create a new repository. Here we're gonna say real estate. I will make this repository public for now, or let's make it private, and then click create repo. So once you create this repository, you need to add this remote origin inside your project. So first thing, we will initialize the git if you don't have, and then add this remote git. Okay, and then we'll simply, if I go back, we'll simply add the changes, then we'll commit the changes. We'll say initial commit. You can give any commit message, and then once you push the commit, right, as you are pushing the first time, you need to push with this origin main. So I will copy this command as well and push it. Okay, now if I go to the repo and refresh this one, you will see that you just push this all of this code. Perfect, right? Now it's time to go to the vercel.com, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. It's completely free, so you can deploy as many as project you want. Now I already have some of the project deployed, and if you see, there are a lot of projects which are already running. Now over here, if you click add new and the project, here you can connect your repository first. Okay, if you are using the GitHub or a GitLab or Bitbucket, you can have an option to connect this repo and you can import that project. Just now if you see, we added this real estate project and we got that option. Then click import. You can give the name whatever you want, so I will give real estate Tibgurji. Now the thing is, right, we will keep all of this setting as it is, but inside the environment variable we need to add our own environment variables. So inside this .env.local file, all this environment variable we need to add. So just control A, control C, and then just paste it here, and if you see, all the environment variable is get added. Okay, next thing, click deploy, and then it will start building your application. Okay, and then it will deploy it on the Vercel. Now we'll wait to build this application and to deploy. So I will pause the video, and if you see, our application is live now, and obviously the preview is not displaying over here, but if I click on it one, right, if you see, it has a own dedicated domain. Okay, and now you can able to see our application as well. See, so all the listing, obviously everything will work as expected. If I search it, and here you will see that only result we are getting from this particular address. On the map as well, you can able to see the listing. Even you can have option to filter each of this listing as well. Okay, so that's all right. And if you see, all of these functionalities working as expected. For obviously, if you want to access a rentable property, you need to log in it. Only for sale is active. Even if you want to add a new post, right, you need to log into account. And even though if I try to log in it here, right, let's log in with the existing account, and boom, see, you can able to log in and you jump to this new listing page because you were requesting that page, right? So this is how you can able to deploy your application, and now you can able to share. Obviously, next time when you commit the changes and push it, it will automatically deploy on Vercel. Okay. Also, if I go to this dashboard of that particular project, you have option to add your own custom domain from here. Also, you can add your own environment variables. So you want to update, you can update it from here. So everything you can handle from this dashboard. So that's all for this particular chapter, guys. I hope you enjoy this particular course. We learn a lot of things and we build this beautiful real estate application completely from the scratch, as this is a full stack application. Also, we also make sure that this application is a responsive. Okay, so depends on the mobile devices, it will change the layout. See. Okay, so guys, that's all for this video, and if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, and we'll see you in the next video.